Good afternoon and welcome to today's Planning Committee. This is not a public meeting but a meeting the public can attend. I'm Councillor Neil Wood, Chair of the Planning Committee. Before we commence, I would like to outline the domestic arrangements for the meeting. We are not expecting a fire practice today. If the alarm sounds, please leave the building by way of the fire exit through the doors at the rear of the chamber on my right. When you have left the chamber, proceed down the stairway and exit through the emergency exit on the ground floor. If there's anybody with mobility issues, please wait in the refuge area at the top of the stairs where the emergency evacuation lift is located and use the intercom situated to the left-hand side of the lift doors to call for assistance. The designated assembly point is the public square in front of Cass beyond the fountain. I would like to inform members of the public and press that today's meeting will be audio-visually recorded. By entering the council chamber, you accept that you'll be recorded and your images retained and broadcast by the council on its website and on YouTube. If anyone intends to record or film any part of today's meeting, please ensure that this does not disturb the conduct of the meeting and you only focus on recording those people participating. Please can you all now switch your mobile phones off or to silent. May I remind anyone speaking in the meeting that you will need to press the large rectangular button underneath the microphone. This will ensure you're recorded. Press again once finished speaking. The meeting is proceeding today on the basis that all members of the committee have read their agenda papers thoroughly and are aware of what they will be considering today. If any members of the committee have to leave the chamber during consideration of application, they should ensure they do not take part in the vote on their return, as they will not have heard all the relevant information on the particular item. Thank you. So item number 1's apologies for absence. I've received apologies from Councillor Plater. Are there any more? Thank you. Item 2, exclusion of the public and press. There are no exempt items on today's agenda. Item 3, declarations of interest. Does anyone wish to declare an interest in an item of business on today's agenda, please? Steve, you all right?
Sorry, ward member for Finley Ward, and I'll be speaking, and then I'll leave. Thank you.
Cheers. If you can complete a declaration form and hand it to the governance officer following the meeting, be appreciated. Item 4, minutes of the Planning Committee meeting held on the 2nd of June 2026. Can the minutes be moved as a true and accurate record? Is anyone seconding that? Are we agreed then? Right, it's agreed. That's a true representation. Item 5. Schedule applications. Application number 1, 25/02511/COU, change of use from a 4-bedroom dwelling house, use class C3, to a children's residential home, use class C2, at 8 Thorncliffe Drive, Stainforth, Doncaster, DN7 5PX. Emma's, the planning case officer, will introduce this item.
Thank you, Chair. This application is for the change of use of a detached 4-bedroom dwelling at 8 Thorncliffe Drive, Stainforth, to a children's residential home. The application was presented to committee on the 2nd of June due to the number of representations objecting to the proposal. Determination of the application was deferred to enable officers to seek further information from the police designing out crime officer on available evidence of crime and antisocial behaviour in the area, and furthermore to seek further information and clarification from the applicants concerning the operation of the home. In deferring the application, members asked that requests were made to both the applicant and the police to attend the subsequent committee today, and we have those officers and the applicant in the room with us today, and Children's Services officers are also present. In terms of pre-committee amendments, as I say, we have the applicant speaking in support for 5 minutes today and a Mr James Oakley, a local resident, speaking in opposition for 5 minutes. We've also included some information in your pre-committee amendments about how schools admissions work for children who are looked after in care, and this is at members' request, noting that whilst there is no policy basis to resist the applications on grounds of education provision, this was useful background context for them and hopefully provides some reassurances about how this would work in practical terms should planning permission be granted. We're also aware, and again reported in the pre-committee amendments, that last week an incident was reported of antisocial behaviour at the property. There were children trying to access the property. The neighbour at number 6 made us aware of this yesterday, and we understand that the matter has been reported to the police. This may in part be a consequence of the property being empty for some time now, as we heard at the last meeting, but the applicant are here to answer any questions you might have about that specifically. And members will also be aware that a planning condition is recommended in the event that planning permission is granted, requiring security measures to be installed to the building. Floor plans have also now been corrected to show the position of windows correctly within the building, as that was something members raised as a concern last time around. And they're also annotated to show which room will accommodate the dedicated staff office at members' request. And we'll see that detail as we go through the presentation this afternoon. So just to recap again on some of the key characteristics of the site, the house is a detached building with a driveway from the road running down the side of the house to a semi-detached garage, which itself contains a further single vehicle parking space, and there's a rear garden to the rear. And this just gives an indication of the front of the property, so quite a substantial 2-storey detached dwelling with a modest projection to the centre, and that's the front entrance of the property. And this is the view of the frontage with the entrance at the centre and the driveway to the right-hand side with a gate to the garden at the back. As you heard at the last planning committee meeting, the driveway serves 2 houses running to the semi-detached garage, one serving number 6 on the right, and the driveway on the left of the dotted line here, the parking to be provided within the application site that will serve the proposed use. Members who were in attendance at the last meeting will recall that the neighbours at number 6 spoke in opposition at that meeting, and one of their concerns specifically centred on how the tandem parking arrangements would operate in practice and whether there might be an effect on how they were able to use their parking spaces on their driveway. At that meeting, the highways officer confirmed that the arrangements were acceptable, having regard to local plan requiremts and given the specific nature and intensity of the proposed use here, and especially when compared to how the site will be used as a single 4-bedroom family dwelling house presently. It's noted that there would be a need for the operator to make sure that the driveway was used in a manner that didn't cause an obstruction to these neighbours, but that's something that would be a private matter and can't be controlled directly through the grant of a planning permission. So here we have the updated ground floor plan showing the correct position of the windows with all living accommodation to serve the proposed use laid out here. There was some discussion at the last meeting around whether these internal arrangements met the necessary standards for a children's home, but members should remember that the arrangements would be subject to separate regulations and legislation to ensure standards were met, so that isn't something that can be directly controlled by the planning system itself. And notwithstanding that, members were keen to know that there would be a dedicated office space within the building to ensure that the home could be operated in an appropriate way. The applicant has confirmed that there will be no staff sleeping at the property given how shift patterns will operate, meaning that one of the bedrooms at first floor level will be dedicated as an office space as shown here. So in terms of the reasons for the previous deferral, members were keen to further understand whether the location of the site is suitable for the proposed use given published crime statistics, and further to understand the representations received from the police and the children's services team. And these matters are set out in your agenda papers, and as I say, we have colleagues here today to answer any questions you might have about those matters specifically. I did just want to clarify as part of this, and before we get into any questions, that the role of the police architectural liaison officers is a very specific one to review planning applications and apply crime prevention through design principles. That's what Paul Setterfield is responding on when he makes his representations to us, and that's why we often receive advice from him on security measures for buildings themselves, and those are set out in the recommendation in your papers today. We're advised that wider safeguarding matters are addressed through other regulatory regimes at the point of placing children in homes, but colleagues will be able to explain this in more detail should you have questions for them. But just to assist members in terms of their consideration of the application in relation to the location of the site and those crime statistics that were a cause of concern last time, relevant NPPF paragraphs are just set out here. So paragraph 96B of the NPPF requiring that decisions should aim to achieve healthy, inclusive and safe places. And paragraph 135F requiring that development should ensure developments create places that are safe, inclusive and accessible. So just to recap on other key material considerations, the limited scale and intensity of the proposed use will ensure that residential amenity is suitably protected, subject to conditions limiting the nature and scale of the use being imposed. The site provides for a sufficient amount of off-street parking spaces to serve the proposed use. There have been no highways-related objections from the highways officer in this respect, and he confirmed that at the last meeting. So overall, the proposal is acceptable in land use planning terms in all respects, subject to the imposition of those conditions, and that's reflected in your papers. And importantly, just a reminder that other legislation and regimes will control how the use operates in practice and will ensure proper placement of children and all necessary safeguards being put in place. So those matters aren't determinative in terms of the planning decision here today. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Emma. We've got somebody who's going to speak against the application, Mr. James Oakley. Can you make yourself aware? Can you come down to the front, please? And can Mr. and Mrs. OEA, can you come down as well, please? Just take a seat at the back of the guy there. Thank you, everybody. Right, so Mr. James Oakley is in opposition to the application. This is now your opportunity to address the committee for up to 5 minutes. Please press the large rectangular button when you're ready to start, and when you conclude your submission, turn it off at the same point. I'll give you a nod when there's a minute to go in case you overrun, okay? So it's over to you.
Thank you for listening today. So I want to make it clear that my objection is not to children in care. Every child deserves a safe, stable, supportive place to live and feel supported. My concern is whether this particular location is the right place for this type of development. This application for the change of use for the family home on what is currently a quiet residential estate. It's an area made up of families, elderly residents, and people who've chosen to live here because of its peaceful character. I believe this proposed change of use would alter the established residential character of the property and raise questions about whether it is compatible with the surrounding neighbourhood. One of my biggest concerns relates to the management of the property. The house has been vacant for some time, and during this period, it has already become a target for antisocial behaviour, as we spoke about last week. The house had children in it, using it as a den. I had to intervene, go in and lock the doors and turn the taps off because they were left running, lights left on. And these incidents are affecting the neighbours due to the knock-on effects of the antisocial behaviour. I'm also concerned about the potential impact on the amenity of the neighbouring residents. While I understand that not every children's home experiences these problems, the type of this type of use can involve staff working shifts, visitors, professional meetings, and vehicles attending the property at different times in the day and night. This represents a pattern of activity that's not normal for the area. Residents are worried about the antisocial behaviour. If the antisocial behaviour were to increase, the lasting sense of safety and community that currently exists on the estate would disappear. Like many homeowners, the long-term effect this development could have on the confidence in the area. People invest significant amounts of money into their home and their futures, and naturally become concerned when a development is proposed that they believe could change the character of their neighbourhood. Thank you.
Thank you. Would any of the committee like to ask Mr Oakley any questions? No? I've got a question for you. What's the general atmosphere of not just the residents but the kids that are in that area? What sort of activity do you already see, putting aside the one that you've said that they've broke into this property and possibly damaged it inside? What is the general children's activity like around that area?
So the general activity in our small estate is pretty calm, but the estate behind ours, obviously, because we have children living in this estate, they obviously attract their friends, which live in the more problematic part, and they're coming into the estate, which is then causing more issues.
And how many kids roughly live on your part of the estate, as you call the local kids, already? Approximately, I don't expect to name by name.
About 6 children.
And is that on Thorncliffe Drive as a whole? So there's probably, looking at it, maybe 20 residents down there. There's only 6 kids living in them 20 houses.
So that's on the main strip that I live on. So from the entrance to that estate to about the corner house, that's all I really see. That's about as our close-knit street as we see it.
Okay, thank you. Anybody else going on before? Bob?
Hi. Hey, you mentioned the latest antisocial behaviour, but you said the house was empty at the time. So do you not think if it was occupied, that sort of incident wouldn't happen?
I'd like to think that, yeah, if it was occupied, it wouldn't happen, but they've seen, they like taking chances, these kids, and they've seen that it's empty, not being managed, not being looked after. I think it will take a lot now for them to have their confidence knocked and stop.
Anybody else got anything before we let Mr Oakley go? No? Right. Thank you, Mr Oakley. Sorry. We've received a request to speak from Mr, excuse me for getting names wrong, Michael Awuye and Mrs Rachel Awuye, representing the applicants, who will jointly speak in support of the application. This is now your opportunity to address the committee for up to 5 minutes collectively. Please press a large rectangular button when you're ready to start and press it again when you've finished. I'll give you a warning with about a minute to go. Over to you guys.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you, members of the committee, for giving us this chance to talk about this proposal. So this property was purchased in December 2024, and we put in the application sometime towards December, I think, the following year. As we have read through the representations and we've taken on board neighbours' concerns, and we totally understand where they may come from. But I think we've got to be focused on the idea that a children's residential home sometimes can face some stigma that we should try to veer from if we can. I mean, this will be for 3 bedroom for 3 children in a house, and I mean the question I ask myself is that, or I will pose to the representations opposing this, is if we had moved into this property with 3 children, and you know, would that be a difficulty? What in terms of this property or in this location being found as an ideal place for this residential home, we looked at various factors, and the most important was that we wanted to provide for these children similar to a family home in a residential setting, a residential neighborhood. We did, during the times we've been visiting this property, we have met a few neighbors. And it's quite clear that it's a close-knit neighborhood. And that's where we see where there's been a lot of representations, possibly everyone coming together to say no. But really, what we're hoping to do is to take on board the neighbors' concerns. So they talked about noise. We have looked into ways in which we are going to do the best in minimizing noise. Parking, we will look into that. We have provided updates on how this is going to be addressed. And the planning requirements actually do state that the planning, the parking is at a required state. We're looking into the issue of crime again. Again, this property has been left empty, mainly because we're going through the right process of seeking planning permission. And like the speaker said, if it was, occupied, there will certainly be run-ins in and out. And again, we go back to the representations opposing it because there's a worry that there will be visitors coming in back and forth and the parking. Again, in a typical family setting, there will be visitors coming in. There will be maintenance people occasionally coming in. But the fundamental of it is that we are willing to work with the neighbors. We did leave our telephone number with a neighbor. Unfortunately, we weren't told about the most recent incident until the planners contacted us. But we are willing to hold consultations with them just to reassure them on any issues that may be more worrying or concerning to them. But essentially, this setting will be governed by Ofsted. And other than this rigorous process, we are going to go through Ofsted as well. So it wouldn't be, I totally take on board the opposition, but really, we will be subject to a vigorous process of vetting, really, to get this started. Thank you.
Thank you. I invite any members of the committee for next questions. Bob first.
Thank you for attending. I see now that you've got an office space, which is great, because I know everybody, that's a big bugbear of mine when it doesn't state office space. But can I just ask why you didn't provide an office space in the original application to keep, documents secure, important documents secure, and for staff supervision meetings? Thank you.
Thank you. Yes, originally, that room was always going to be an office. We were going to have a safe in there, but then originally we were contemplating the idea of there being a sleep-in. But as you can tell, we have looked into it again, and really, the waking night stuff will be appropriate there as well. So that room was never going to be a child's bedroom anyway. It was going to be an office. But we may not have put that on our original plans, really.
Thank you for clarifying that, but if it's not on the original application, it makes our job twice as hard, doesn't it? So, but thank you.
Glenn?
Yeah, hey up. It says on here, staff will operate a rota system, blah, 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 8 while 8, combined with dedicated waking night staff. Does that mean the staff will actually be asleep?
Sorry, come again. I head towards the end of it. What was the start of that question?
Yep.
Sorry.
Well, it says combined with dedicated waking night staff. So does that mean the people that's on the job at night, the staff, they will actually be asleep?
So waking night actually means staff who do not sleep. Thank you.
Anyone else? Dave?
Yeah, it's nice to see you today, thank you. I'm just a bit concerned, I empathise with you about obviously some bit of damage to the property in the last few hours. But with that in mind, I raise a concern for my personal thinking here in thinking, well, as regards the influence of the children in the area with the children that may come to be at the property. Now, it raises questions in my thinking. If you can bear with me on that one, that I am concerned that the local influences could be a disadvantage to the incoming children in this location anyway. Thank you.
Thank you. So again, to start this proposal to start with, it will mean a lot of risk assessments. Before any child is even placed there, we will have to, what we are hoping for really is that as soon as planning permission is granted, to start having a presence there. And then we can start, putting into place everything that makes a children's home a good one, really. And any child there will be risk assessed. Children, of course, will be encouraged to make friends. They will be going to school and they will naturally make friends. And we'll be hoping that they will be allowed to socialize as much as all of our children would be. So really, it will be about risk assessing any friendships. And we will be working with the local police. We will be signing up for safeguard, everything that would be required to make sure that it's safe for them, and also for the neighbourhood, really.
Thank you. And if I can just ask you one other item there. Here concerns the amount of potential transport arrangements with the number of vehicles in and out of that estate. If you've 3 children, for example, plus staff, nightfall, early morning, I don't know what the transport arrangements might be for the children, but there could be quite a severe increase in the amount of transport within that small area. I don't know if that's a consideration that's been made.
Thank you. So from my experience, with children going to school back and forth, there are times, from what I've experienced with other children's homes, there are times where you may have to get another, so it's only 3 children realistically, but there will be cars that staff will drive. I think that concern was brought to us earlier on, and we did provide a transport policy which quite clearly outlines what we hope to achieve as best as we can to minimize the going-ins and outs. 3 children going to school, if they all were in separate schools, assuming, then I think just for a short period of time, where a taxi or a member of staff drives 1 child or 2 taxis parked in the front of the property, if you've seen the property, I don't see that being a problem. Thank you.
Thank you for your clarity on that one. Thank you.
Steve?
Thank you. Just a couple. Have you done this before? And have you done it in Doncaster before?
Thank you for that question. No, we haven't done this before, and we haven't done this in Doncaster before. But then there was a lot of thought into this, really. So I'm from a background of social work, really. So I have a lot of experience with children's homes, and I actually assess children in children's homes. And in terms of Doncaster, the whole idea, we have looked into Doncaster, into Stainford in itself, to be particular, and we went directly. We saw that property there, and the first thought was, is it a safe neighborhood? We looked into how many children's homes were in that area, and so we know that it's not an overpopulated space. But we will, in terms of us not having done this before, we will be working with very experienced staff. We will be working with people to make sure that we have this, very family made into. We're just not wanting to set up a children's home, really, a children's home that would thrive and for children to thrive in there. So we are definitely dedicated to working with everyone in terms of how this progresses. Thank you.
Thank you. With your background as a social worker, you'll know that some of these kids could potentially have complex needs. And their complex needs would mean that it wouldn't be right for them, particularly the young people, to be going out socialising with some of the... And how would you let some kids go out and some kids not go out in this particular area? I understand Stainforth. Now, I understand Stainforth because I lived there. Now, the staffing, another question. Complex needs, you can address that one, I'm sure. But the staffing, are the staff going to be from around Doncaster? Are the young people going to be Doncaster children? Or are they going to come from other authorities?
Thank you. We reside in West Sussex, and that's the journey. The idea is to make sure that as best as we can, the children here are placed in this care home. The workers are definitely going to, it will be the first thing we consider. So there are no plans really at this point to look further afield than the immediate surroundings. And obviously, it depends on how this all go, but the whole idea really would be to create, there was in one of the representations we read, there was concern that we hadn't added to Stainford. But really, that is our hope, that with this, clearly the property's been empty. But once it starts running as a children's home, the children are going to enjoy the space. They are going to use the space. To answer your question, we're looking initially to place within Doncaster and to source staff within Doncaster. Thank you.
Rob. Rob, not Bob.
Oh, sorry. Thank you, Chair. Thank you for providing the answers so far. I will say my question won't really have merit in planning regulations. It's more to do with sort of community cohesion. The application on paper, it does have favourable weight to be approved. There's concerns about crime in the area, which we'll come on to with the relevant officer. But some of the issues that have been raised by the resident and in the representations, and I know from watching back the previous committee, the resident that spoke then as well said about the engagement that you'd had with the locality, neighbours in the area, and people around there regarding the house and then this application. And I know you said in a previous answer that this is your first time doing this. I think, what would your approach be if the application was granted to smooth over some of those community tensions that have arisen as part of this process?
Thank you. Yes, it was quite concerning that there were quite a few representations opposing it. We weren't expecting that, to be honest. But we have read through every single one, and I think we empathise with some of the comments in there. And we hope. About a few months ago, we did leave our number with one of the with a neighbour, number 6. But we hope that perhaps if the neighbours would like, we would be able to share our numbers with them. Perhaps that would be the first, so that they can come to us to talk about anything that they would want to talk about in terms of their concerns, really. We did state that we will put complaints placard somewhere on the building, so that if there's any issue, that could also be raised. But we do hope that neighbours, if they have our numbers, will be able to contact us. I'm not sure if inviting them for a day of just having a meeting would help, but if that would help, then we are willing to do that, just to talk things through. Thank you.
Thank you.
Gerald.
When you looked at the property to turn it into a children's home, did you assess or do any due diligence on the area that you was going to put a children's home in? And were you aware at the time Stainforth has a very high antisocial behaviour problem? And would you agree with me putting kids into an area where there is a large antisocial behaviour? It's not, in my eyes, a good idea to put kids in that environment. Did you actually look at Stainforth, or did you just look at the house, think, yeah, we could turn this into a children's home, without fully evaluating the area in itself? Because it looks to me you've looked at an house, we'll turn it into a home with very little knowledge of the area and the way things are. As the gentleman said earlier, it was being emptied, windows have been put through already. So that gives you warning signs of what could develop in that area. Do you think that is a suitable place to put children into that environment?
Thank you. Yes, we do feel that the house itself and the neighbourhood as well is a suitable place for this for the children's home. But yes, we are aware that the surrounding areas may be slightly problematic. But the idea as well is that, if we were to move into a children's home, into this home with our children who may have similar difficulties, the risk assessments, robust risk assessments and planning around this should not deprive our children of having that home. In terms of, did we look into the area before we bought it? Yes, we did, to a certain extent. But obviously, you have to live fully in an area to know fully what. But our due diligence of researching into this area, we were able to do that before buying this property. Thank you.
Yeah, so if I was going to do a children's home, I would look at the area and the crime rates and everything before I made that decision. To me, you've not looked at that. You've seen a home. You thought, we'll turn it in. You've got your neighbours that are opposing it. You've got antisocial behaviour. For me, that is not a good footing to start a children's home.
I'm really sorry and unfortunate that you still do believe that at least the crime rate we wouldn't have looked at, because that was the first thing we looked at. But yes, we did look at that and we did our research and we were sure that our risk assessments and everything will be able to keep the children safe and the neighborhood safe as best as we can as well. And like I said, we are willing to work with all local parties to make sure that this home thrives. Thank you.
Bob?
Yeah, I'm just looking for, can you just clarify, there'll only be one member of staff doing the night shift, working the evening shift? For now, yes.
But then there will be on-call staff as well if needed. But there will be definitely a member of staff. But then let's bear in mind as well that with the children's home, you start with your first child, and then you try to, you make sure that the next placement is actually, a compatible one for the home and for neighborhood as well. So I think we should bear that in mind as well. Thank you.
Do you think that's enough staff for safeguarding issues? And if there is going to be antisocial behaviour, I'd imagine it'd be predominantly in the evening. So I'm not overly happy that it's just going to be one member of staff doing the evening shift.
Thank you. Again, this goes back to risk assessment, really. If we have, for instance, if we fully fill this house with 3 children, and, if we had to bring 2 waking night staff in my experience, that is still not too many people in that property. But for now, let's not forget that we have a model which can evolve. But then the whole idea as well is that it's also about risk assessments, making sure if needed. So for instance, if we have a member of staff being a waking night staff, and there is one on call as well. But if needed, whereby we have to have 2 waking night staff and an on call, that could be something to address, and then that could be. But yes, for now, I think with the way we've planned it, and it's also about the children that we bring into the property, and we'll have to risk assess based on how the crime, what's going on with antisocial behaviour when we started as well. I think essentially what we're trying to say is that we are willing to work in making sure that, so we've just, for instance, there's been an issue of antisocial behaviour in the property over the weekend, and this is a new thing. And then, so these are all things that have come up. We'll have to risk assess it. Does it mean that the property suddenly is not in the right place for the children's care home? I don't think so. Thank you.
Chris?
Yes, thank you, Chair. Care homes are businesses. I think this has been touched on by previous questions, but I'm curious as to what made you pick this particular property in this particular area. What, you came to Doncaster, you had a look round. Why this property in this area? I'm very curious.
Thank you. So the property is in a location where it's close to the train stations, it's close to schools, it's close to a secondary school. It has quite a few amenities as well. Most importantly, I think for us, it was how residential and quiet it was, and that tells you how we will be trying the best to keep that atmosphere of this being a quiet residential street, because that's what we also want for our children. So, and the internal layout, it has a large garden, parking, a large garden for the children to play. So essentially, the children would not want really as much as we can. So it's about providing the best for the children, but then also making sure that the feel of the neighborhood is preserved. Thank you.
I've got a couple of questions. Just out of interest, you said you did your own work on the house itself and the neighbourhood, and you said about antisocial behaviour and crime. Can you tell me what sort of figures you're seeing in terms of antisocial behaviour and crime for that area?
Thank you. In terms of antisocial behaviour, I think what essentially we went through the news as well on Doncaster and the developments coming up and in the various reforms coming up. What we found in terms of antisocial behaviour, generally in Doncaster, perhaps in Stainford, was that the crime rate as compared to the rest of Doncaster wasn't as high. But, that's what we found. And then it was also about the neighborhood, really. We felt as if it was the surrounding neighborhood, if anything. The neighborhood itself, and we know that children will go into secondary schools and they will make friends and they will integrate into a larger community. But that's where we hope that with a robust risk assessments and support in place that, we could make sure that this is a safe place. Thank you.
So, in terms of a figure then, you just said that it's safe and it's lower than is it lower than average in Doncaster or higher than average in Doncaster?
Unfortunately, I don't have a figure off the top of my head, but from my memory, Stainford itself was lower in terms of crime rate as compared to the rest of Doncaster. Thank you.
And was that your observation, or was that, say, a consultant or somebody who advised you that it was lower? Is this your findings or somebody else's findings?
Yes, we had a consultant who advised us with regards to this. Okay.
And I notice in the pack it talks about to try and alleviate a bit of a problem with parking, that you're going to try and encourage your staff to use buses and bus services. Yeah. Do you know that in Stainford, buses don't run after 3 o'clock at night because of children smashing windows on them? And that's certainly true of October, November, December. Did you do that in your research?
Thank you. We have looked at the very detail of what buses run to the property. And in terms of staff shifts and so on, this is where it's about planning, really. We do not see children going out till 3 o'clock. And there are staff vehicles as well. But in terms of, we do not envisage this being the case that the children are out at 3 o'clock and are having to, on their own, look for a bus, back to the property. But we had looked at the various buses and how it serves the property. Thank you.
I don't know if they're misunderstanding. I mean, in 3 o'clock in the afternoon, there's buses that took off the road till the following day. So old age pensioners are having to either catch the train or get lifts off friends and relatives. So what I'm suggesting to you is, when you said that you've done your own work, did you know that your staff won't be able to catch a bus after 3 o'clock in the afternoon? Your shifts according to PAC are 8 o'clock at night. So are they going to be expected to wait till next morning for a bus? Or did you not take into consideration? That's my question.
No, thanks for clarifying. So sorry. Yes, no, we weren't aware of this. But as with every venture, I mean, this will definitely be, you can imagine this would be, if that happened, we will very quickly catch on to it. And there will have to be, I mean, this is a provider who very quickly said they were going to look into how staff share vehicles, how staff are registered or for insurance purposes. So we are a provider who are sort of wanting to work with what's available and to risk assess around it and to make sure that our children are not unsafe or staff are not unsafe either. So no, we weren't aware of that, but we will definitely look at either looking into shift planning and whatever else we can do to make sure that this works. Thank you.
Somebody else want, Glenn?
Yeah. So, did you say some of the staff will be taking the kids to school? It's over here. Yeah. Yeah.
I think we have to be aware that every child is different. So whilst we are we're expected to know the children as to, it will be that if a child needs to be taken to school, then a child will be taken to school.
It's
but
just that all will be looking after other kids while teachers are going to, she's going to school with somebody.
Sorry, come again.
So if one of the carers is taking one of the kids to school, who'll be looking after other kids that's there?
Oh, sorry. Again, so if we have 3 children, imagine we have 3 children and we have staff on call. And in our design statement, we said that our staffing will make sure that we're able to, if needed, support with one-to-one support. So we are going to make sure that, if for instance, the 3 children needed to be taken to school, but then again, with every child being placed, it's about assessing them and making sure that they can meet, they can, for instance, whatever planning, we were working with whatever planning conditions are there, making sure that they are safe, essentially. So if 3 children are, all of them needing to be taken to school, then we will look at staffing to make sure that maybe on-call staff are able to come in just to do that and then but every child is different, unfortunately. So it makes that, so it's about risk assessing all the time, really. Thank you.
Dave?
If I may, just moving on a little bit here, appreciating, should you be given permission for this venture, as you might say, do you have an agent in Doncaster to look after you and the whole operation, bearing in mind that you personally live quite so many miles away? So to look after and to manage the children and the children's home, is it, if you do have an agent, and again, does that agent also operate other properties within the Doncaster borough?
Thank you. So a children's care home usually has a registered manager. It tends to be that registered managers are fluid in terms of how they work. And so the plan isn't to employ a registered manager. In the past, we'd actually started looking for a registered manager alongside, because we're hoping to apply for Ofsted alongside. And our evidence shows that it was always someone quite local, because yes, it would be someone, but the registered manager tends to be someone who can, they have responsibility for the service almost 24 hours, really, although they have their times off. But at any time, they could be called on. That's what usually can happen with registered managers. So we were looking for someone local, not someone who wasn't aware of the neighbourhood or wasn't aware of Doncaster. Thank you.
If I can just say here that should, you're saying that you've got a resident manager, should 2 or 3 staff to be taken down with severe sickness, would you be able to get cover to support that need?
Yes, please. Yes, that would be. With most care homes, there will be agency staff. As much as possible, we try not to use agency staff. Sorry about that. As much as possible, we try not to use agency staff, but it will be sensible to have agency staff on standby to be able to support if needed.
Can I just remind everybody, we said the phone's off at the start, yeah?
Thank you for your response on that. So thank you for your response on that one, thank you.
Bob?
Yeah, I've got quite a lot of concerns with it. There seems too many ifs and buts for me. We'll learn as we go along, sort of thing, instead of positive measures being put in place from the start. I mean, this is a children's home we're talking about.
I think importantly, whilst I say that I haven't done this before, we haven't done this before, we clearly are working with an agent. We'll be employing, qualified staff who are experienced, especially because it's a new home. So I think in terms of these concerns, we are more concerned in terms of making sure that the staff we have are quite experienced and are able to make sure that this is a safe space for the children, really, and a thriving space for the children. So in terms of the view that this may be as in, well, it's mainly, I feel as if it's mainly because it's children we're dealing with, and we have to first place a child, and then there's always a risk assessment. You cannot have so much of certain things set in stone, but the fundamentals of making sure that children are safe, they're able to thrive, they're integrating, very well in the community, and working with the local partners, our local partners, to make sure that, everything's going smoothly. I think that clearly we are dedicated to that. Thank you.
I've got two more questions, and then I think we've probably need to go to rest of the officers. First question is, you said in your background before buying the house in Stainforth and deciding on Stainforth, you were looking for what sort of crime it had. Can you give me an idea where you looked for that information and what was the highest individual item on the list?
So when you say the highest individual item, what do you mean?
So first of all, where did you look for your information? And when you found your information, which was the one primary reason Stainforth's crime, or what was the main reason of Stainforth's crime?
So we first of all, we went online to look into this. We had an agent as well, even before the property was bought, look into. So for instance, once we looked at quite a few neighborhoods and properties. This property, once we found this, we'd send that across to our agent to look into, is this sort of the area that is it an area that's feasible? And they'd come back to say, yes, it's an area that's feasible. We went around to look at the local amenities. We also then, at that time, then thought, okay, Stainforth, because we went online and immediately, if you even went on to Google, straight away, there's a difference between Stainforth. That was what we found, Stainforth, and, it wasn't an unsafe space. But then when we've gone back to our agent and they came back they couldn't give us numbers. I'm afraid if it's the numbers, I don't know if the police may be able to give numbers, but they were generally, it was about the fact that Stainforth was in itself safe and the neighborhood in itself was safe. Thank you.
So just to be clear, so you're basically saying that it's your agent who's done most of your own work for you and said that Stainforth's a safe place. He hadn't mistakenly said Stainforth in Settle, not Stainforth in Doncaster, getting them mixed up, has he? And second thing is, I do feel, and I back up what Bob said earlier, we've got a report here that says this is how we're going to do everything. And all I can see is moving goalposts. We're going to have one night sleeper, there might be two night sleepers. We're going to have one person, but we'll get somebody on background. We're going to start off one kid, two kid, three kids. It seems to be a development process that it's not it's as though you haven't actually got a plan. Because if you had a plan, you won't be deviating as much as you are. You'd just say, no, this is how it's going to be. So can you just finally, I'm going to give you 2 minutes on this because we've got the officers that we need to speak to. Can you sum up how you think you have picked this children's home out and why you think it's going to work and what background work you've done in it, and try and give this committee some hope that you do actually know what you're talking about? Is that okay?
Thank you. Yes, I mean, this property and the care home and the neighborhood itself, for instance, we even read the police report. We said that neighborhood itself wasn't unsafe unless it's otherwise, but it's the neighboring areas which may be unsafe. In terms of us not possibly doing our homework well, we have, to the best of our abilities. But the reason why it may seem as if, one waking night stuff then may become 2 waking night stuff, as I mentioned. In a children's care home, you would have, for instance, if we have 2 children in at any time, and the two of them, we couldn't have an extra third child in it. Then it will be about looking at, for us, essentially, is about making sure that we've risk assessed and making sure that it's safe. So if it's about, there's no way we're going to put, it's like starting a business, you will have a business plan. But that business plan may change, not because, but mainly because, you're dealing with people and you're dealing with children. And it will be about making sure that they're safe at any time. And what Ofsted asks is that anything we update them on. So if it's about the 2 children, it's all we can have at any point, then we're telling Ofsted that, for now, this is the reason, and so on. And it's about making the children safe, really.
Right, that's your 2 minutes. Thank you for that.
Thank you.
I think it's been interesting for everybody. Do the officers wish to clarify any matters of fact prior to members going to debate?
Very quickly from me, Chair, if I can, is just to remind members as we go into the debate that our decision today concerns the use of the land and whether or not the land use that's being proposed is acceptable in planning terms. So you've heard a lot about risk assessments and other processes with regards to safeguarding. They are separate regimes that would come after the grant of planning permission, and you're required to assume that those regimes would operate effectively. In terms of how that might operate in practice, I completely understand why you've been asking the questions you have, but the requirement would be that the operator would need to run the home within the context of the planning conditions that would be imposed. So that says maximum of 3 children, maximum of 3 staff. That's not to say that that might not be a gradual process to build up to those numbers, and that would still be within the terms of the planning permission. So it was just to kind of remind you all that that's what we're dealing with, and that's the decision before us today. And just one final point, if I may, Chair, we have Paul Setterfield with us for half an hour. He has to go at 3:30. So if you wouldn't mind asking questions of him before we go on to other colleagues and anything else, I'd be really grateful, so that you get the most out of his time. Thank you.
Right, over to committee. Isaiah.
I'll direct the question to you, Paul. In terms of crime figures, I did a bit of research before I came here, and actually Stainforth and Barnby-Dun, you don't get any specifics for Stainforth, but generally is around the average or slightly lower crime rate than concerning Doncaster itself. Could you clarify on some of the statistics for us, please?
Yes, thank you. Well, I have got some statistics here, and these statistics is from the police.uk website, which is a government website, and it's open to the members of the public to do their own research as necessary. I go 2 years back, so when I first got the application through in January, I always go back 2 years, so from January 2024 to January 2026. and I've looked at the neighbourhood crime only. So the neighbourhood crime for the 2-year period, there's 83 crimes. So to answer your question about national average, it is above the national average. And I've broke them down into 31 burglary-related offences, 46 vehicle offences, 3 robbery offences and 3 theft offences. Now that's neighbourhood crime. I've not included, I've not included the other aspects of crime, like public order, violent and serious assaults. Although that's in there, I was focusing on neighbourhood crime. No, apologies, I have included that in there. My mistake. So all them 83 crimes is in relation to public order, criminal damage, violence, and what I've just broken down there. If you don't mind, I'll go on to ASB. ASB is exceptionally high. I think we've spoken about that. It's exceptionally high. From 2024 to 2026, there were 80 reported incidents. Now that's reported. Now a lot of them go under-reported ASB-related incidents because they either go to CDC localities team and the neighbourhood team themselves. Some people email them direct, email officers and email the neighbourhood team direct. So I know I've gone around the houses a little bit there, but yes, it's higher than average ASB-related and crime-related, definitely.
Can I just ask on an average of Doncaster where this would sit? Obviously on a national average, you say it's above, but Doncaster wide, would it sit below the average in Doncaster, above on the average?
There's a lot of places within Doncaster that's got high ASB and crime rates. I would say out of the districts that Stainforth particularly would be higher than most ward areas, if that makes sense.
Anyone else? Bob?
Hi Paul, thanks for coming. On page 19 it states that the surrounding area suffers from higher average rates of burglary, antisocial behaviour. So just so I can get in my head, what would you class as surrounding area? How far away?
Just generally on that, on a circumference of between half a mile. So it's easy, if I look at that, now I do realise and I do accept that the particular premises and the couple of surrounding streets doesn't suffer from, the ASB, but the surrounding area does, and that's just a short answer to the question, a half a mile radius.
So it is pretty close then, basically, yeah?
Oh yes, definitely.
Rob?
Thanks, Chair. Again, I wasn't at the previous committee where this was discussed originally, Paul. I watched it back and the Chair made reference to the local inspector for the area raising objections for this application, but then that wasn't reflected within your submission for this application. Could you provide just like the bit of context that's missing in the background as to why the local police inspector's views weren't necessarily reflected as such as part of the application?
Yeah, I'll clarify that. So when the procedure is when a children's planning application form comes in, then I alert the neighbourhood inspector. The neighbourhood inspector at this particular moment for East has emailed me back and saying that it's not ideal to have a children's home at that location. The children on the estate themselves don't cause ASB. However, the green open space is a magnet, is a hotbed for ASB. So that was the initial email back from the inspector. Obviously, I said I replied back saying that I've highlighted that already in my report. The confusion may have come, and since I know there's been a neighbourhood meeting, and I know that this has been discussed, to improve this procedure, because I realised that the scenario has never come up before. This is the procedure that we usually take. So I've implemented a procedure where that can't happen. So effectively, from now on, and I've done it in another children's application linked to the same area, that the neighbourhood inspector has access to the planning application and the case officer. So any objections can go straight to the case officer, just making me aware that there is an objection, if that makes sense.
Bob?
Yeah, so I'm hoping I can ask this. So just to clarify then, so you're saying this home, if it got planning application, it could very well be targeted?
$64 million question. Yeah, yes. Yes, it could be.
Anyone else? Can I ask a question, Paul? I spoke to Alison, and just this is more clarity for committee because I've already been told the answer. Am I right in saying that at this moment in time there's actually crime statistics missing off the police.uk website because there was actually problems with it?
The crime police.uk, I can't even say it, sorry, is usually running 2 months behind all the time. They're playing catch up. It was 3 months, and having done previous applications, recent applications, it is now to 2 months. So it's not up to date per se. It is 2 months behind.
Because she seemed to give me a number of about 13 to 1400.
She may be using police systems on that. I go by the police.uk, the public domain.
So just for clarity then, there's another system that the inspector will see, but we're not au fait to never necessarily. But on that system, there'd be another 13 to 1400 extra crimes or problems in Stainforth over and above what the police.uk website, which is a public domain, could be reporting.
Yes, in the locality, there could be that could be intelligence, and like I've already mentioned, that it is underreported, and some officers have get emails direct from members of the public and such.
Has anybody got anything else other than Paul? All right, I think we're probably at that time now. Is there a proposal to grant planning permission subject to the imposition of planning conditions? Is there a mover? Isaiah. Seconded by Majid. So can we have a vote, please? Raise your hand for all those who are for the children's home. And all them against the children's home. And nobody's abstaining. Right then, just to be clear then, for the reasons of rejection. So the alternative?
Yeah, sorry. Given that that motion's not passed, we need an alternative motion, please.
Well, is a motion to refuse it? Anyone second it?
Before we carry on, we need reasons as well to go against the officer's recommendations. Can we have some planning reasons in support of your recommendation to refuse, please?
Are you good next, yeah? Yeah, what reasons you've got? I think personally it's the antisocial behaviour aspect. I don't think it's going to make that area any better. It could possibly add to it.
I'd just like
Steve?
to add that given responses we've had from the police, there's obviously an issue there, and for reasons of public safety.
Bob?
I think we've got to add the children's safety as well. That's got to be paramount here. And I don't think there's too many ifs and buts, not enough of a plan in place for me. Talking about the crime stats and things like that, I just don't feel the children will be safe there. That's paramount for me.
Just let, have you got to add before we...
Chair, just if I may, I might be able to offer a few words of assistance. So we talked in the presentation around the relevant NPPF paragraphs. So just to remind members that we have at paragraph 96B of the NPPF a requirement that planning decisions should aim to achieve healthy, inclusive and safe places which are safe and accessible so that crime and disorder and the fear of crime do not undermine the quality of life or community cohesion. And that was a point that Councillor Dennis made in terms of community cohesion when he was speaking earlier. And then at paragraph 135F, planning decisions required to create places that are safe, inclusive and accessible, which promote health and well-being with a high standard of amenity, and where crime and disorder and the fear of crime do not undermine the quality of life or community cohesion and resilience. I think they're the key planning policies set out in the NPPF that you need to be thinking about as you formulate a ground of refusal. And so what I've been hearing in terms of the number of incidents in that locality of crime and antisocial behaviour, you're considering that the site would not be a suitable location to have vulnerable children in because of the worries around crime, antisocial behaviour, and with specific reference to those paragraphs that I've just read out to you. But it's obviously for you to formulate those grounds, but I hope that helps.
Bob?
Yeah, I've just also got concerns about because of the antisocial behaviour, the burglaries, the one member of staff in the evening, it's just not enough, just simply not enough. What if that member of staff becomes ill, has an incident with one of the children, there's antisocial behaviour, who's there to safeguard and look after the other children? It's just not enough around.
No, I was just going to say the same point. I think that's an issue for Ofsted, not necessarily a matter of planning policy. But thank you.
Jared, did you want to say something?
Yeah, thanks, Chair. I think more planning should have gone into it. In my point of view, should have been looked at. The area should have been considered. When we're talking about vulnerable children, in all honesty, I think it was a property came up, it looked in a good neighbourhood, but not enough due diligence was done in that area for my liking. As local people know, there are good places in Stainforth. I'm not going to say it's all bad, but the area in which we're talking about, in my view, Chair, it wouldn't be a suitable place to have a children's home with vulnerable children.
Well, I mean, the thing that interested me as well, that the inspector at Doncaster East basically said that she didn't approve it. So without having her here and saying exactly why, I think she also recognises that the crime element and the effect it's going to have on the local amenity is going to be part and parcel of what this is actually doing by if we'd have accepted it and put it through as planning approval. Anybody else?
So in terms of the motion to refuse then, Councillor Cox, you proposed it. Am I right in assuming therefore that it's for the reasons that Emma has mentioned, that obviously paragraphs 98B of the NPPF, planning decisions should achieve healthy, inclusive places, obviously the issue about NPPF 135F as well, about places being safe, accessible, and what have you. Yep, thank you.
So based on that, can we vote whether we reject this application, please? All those in favour of rejecting it? Sounds daft. 6. All those against rejecting it? 4. So, planning permission for 25/CO2511/COU, change of use from a 4-bedroom dwelling house, has been refused. Thank you. Can we have 5 minutes to change over, please? Welcome back, everybody. We're looking now at application number 207/00261/MINA, reclamation of quarry by means of the removal of limestone waste and the excavation of limestone to provide stable quarry face at Nearcliff Quarry, Sheffield Road, Conisbrough, Doncaster, South Yorkshire. Roy's going to kick this off because he's retiring soon and he's had this for 30 years. So, all right, you can deal with this one.
Thank you, Chair. This application seeks planning permission for the reclamation of a long-standing, disused and unreclaimed former quarry by means of the removal of limestone waste and the excavation of limestone to provide stable quarry faces at Nearcliff Quarry, which is also known locally as the former Steatley Quarry, located off Sheffield Road, Conisbrough. The quarry site and the wider environs, as will be demonstrated later on in the photographs, is a known area for antisocial behaviour. By way of relevant planning background, there was a resolution to grant planning permission for this scheme, subject to the completion of a legal Section 106 agreement at Planning Committee back in September 2010. The application has stalled since this time, as the Section 106 agreement was never able to be signed due to the fact that the agreement could not be reached between the applicant and the council in relation to the heads of terms for the Section 106 agreement relating to the upfront restoration bond that was necessary. As a result, since the Section 106 agreement negotiations stalled, the application has effectively been held in abeyance. The applicant and the agent has been very keen to progress the application to a determination via a new restoration bond mechanism known as an escrow account, which is effectively a means of acquiring a restoration bond, but is gradually built up as the limestone is progressively removed from the site. And this, as you will see from your papers, is at an up-rated scale of 48p per tonne of exported material. And based on the total amount of material to be removed from the site, the escrow fund for safeguarding the completion of the restoration will equate to around £450,000, which will be held in the council's accounts and used should restoration not be completed by the applicant. However, that's a precautionary measure, and should the reclamation be completed satisfactorily, the money would then be paid back to the developer as the development will have been completed satisfactorily. It's important to note that the planning guidance for the use of restoration bonds and its like is recognised as being only in exceptional circumstances. It isn't something that is done all the time. However, it was felt by officers way back in the day, back in around 2010, that it was necessary, and that understanding is still carried forward to this day. Given the passage of time since the 2010 resolution to grant, the planning policy landscape has changed in terms of the National Planning Policy Framework and the Doncaster Local Plan. The original resolution to grant has therefore needed to be reassessed against new national and local policy. The applicant has carried out a policy reappraisal of the proposal against the updated policy, which has also been considered in detail by the Mineral Planning Authority and forms the basis of this report. In addition to this, it was also considered entirely appropriate to reconsult the public, given the passage of time, and also the relevant technical consultees. And also it was felt necessary to bring the application back to Planning Committee for their consideration. By way of background in terms of public interest, during the original publicity phase of the application, 9 letters of representation were received in opposition, and there were 2 petitions with a total of 314 signatures. As a result of the most recent publicity via new site notices, letters to nearby properties, and an advert in the local newspaper, 21 objections have been received, 20 on the file, 1 in your pre-committee amendments, as well as an objection from Councillor Reid, who I can see is here today to speak. Full details of the concerns raised can be found in the officer's report at paragraph 5 onwards and in your pre-committee notes. Turning now to the substance of the application itself, a time-limited planning permission of 8 years is sought for the reclamation of Nearcliff Quarry. This involves the removal of approximately 828,000 tonnes of limestone waste from the quarry floor, and you will see more of this in the presentation shortly, and the formation of quarry benches comprising around 200,000 tonnes of virgin limestone in order to create stable benched profiles. I would acknowledge that there is still a bit more work to be done in terms of the geotechnical investigations on the quarry faces, because a lot of the quarry face is obscured by the limestone waste on the floor at a high level, but that is the indication in terms of the tonnage from the quarry. Approximately 3,000 tonnes of material is proposed to be removed from the quarry per week over an estimated 8-year period, with progressive restoration taking place throughout. No blasting is proposed, and all the excavation will be done by machines. A weighbridge, site office, amenity cabin, car and lorry park and a water treatment area will be established near to the railway line at the northern end of the site. The water treatment facility will settle the limestone fines from the site runoff before clean water is discharged into the River Don, and it will also provide a source of water for any dust suppression required on site as part of the dust management measures detailed within the report and secured by condition. Processing plant and product stockpiles will be positioned within the quarry to act also as visual and noise buffers for the site. This plan, well, probably the previous one, this plan shows you the locational context of the site. It's located between Conisborough and Warmsworth and is accessed from the existing former quarry access from Sheffield Road, which will need to be improved in accordance with modern day standards to ensure that a safe access is formed. This slide shows the planning land use allocation of the site. The proposal is located within the Greenbelt and within an area known locally as the Sprotborough Gorge SSI, Site of Special Scientific Interest, and the Near Cliff Quarry Local Wildlife Site. The site access also passes under the relatively recently newly Grade 2 listed Conisborough Viaduct. In terms of Greenbelt, the analysis of the proposal against this planning policy consideration is laid out at paragraph 7.3 onwards of your report. In general, it is important to note that not all development in the Greenbelt is deemed to be inappropriate. The MPPF at paragraph 154 sets out categories of development that are appropriate, provided they preserve the openness of the Greenbelt and do not conflict with its purposes. In terms of appropriateness, the proposal before you falls within two accepted criteria: mineral extraction and engineering operations. In spatial terms, the existing limestone waste deposits and eroding quarry sides represent a substantial presence in the Greenbelt, which comprises an expansive, largely unvegetated mass of former quarry fines materials on the quarry floor. This is deemed harmful to the Greenbelt in visual terms, and its removal is deemed beneficial to the spatial openness of the Greenbelt in the longer term. To facilitate removal, temporary site infrastructure will be introduced: the weighbridge, the site office, amenity cabins, the parking. This additional volume will represent a modest and temporary reduction in openness during the operational period of the quarry, to be 8 years. The temporary reduction in openness is clearly outweighed by the officer's consideration by the permanent improvement that will result from the removal of limestone waste and the subsequent restoration and revegetation. From a visual standpoint, the quarry is largely contained within the former quarry sides, and the limestone waste deposits are not prominent from any key public areas in the surrounding landscape. The main visual change during the operational period will be experienced by users of the Doncaster-Sheffield railway line, which passes along the northern boundary with clear views into the site. The introduction of plant and equipment will be visible from this vantage point, but as stated, will be temporary, and the completed restoration will be a significant visual improvement. In terms of the Greenbelt purposes, the development does not represent unrestricted sprawl. It will not cause settlements to merge. It will not encroach into the open countryside, and it will have no impact on the setting or special character of historic towns. It does not conflict with any of the 5 purposes of the Greenbelt and positively supports the purpose of encouraging and recycling of derelict land and other urban land. In terms of the impacts on the Sprotborough Gorge SSI, which extends to some 76.9 hectares and comprises a number of discrete areas of ancient broadleaf woodland and flashes along the River Don corridor, the SSI is of national importance, and Policy 30 of the Doncaster Local Plan states that proposals which may directly or indirectly negatively impact SSIs will not normally be supported, and that proposals should seek to protect and enhance SSIs. The National Planning Policy Framework at paragraph 193 states that development likely to have an adverse impact on the SSSI should not normally be permitted, with the exception of cases where the benefits of the development in the location proposed clearly outweigh both its likely impact and the site and any broader impacts on the national network of SSSIs. There are two distinct categories of potential impact on the Sprotbrough Gorge SSSI resulting from this proposal. Direct habitat loss at the site access as a result of the proposed road widening works at the existing quarry access. This will result in the removal of approximately 385 square metres of woodland edge and developing woodland habitat. The habitat affected comprises young ash and sycamore trees, scrub, and impoverished woodland ground vegetation showing evidence of previous disturbance, together with a small number of hawthorn shrubs at the road junction. A large oak, approximately 6 metres from the edge of the existing surfaced access, is to be retained. There are also indirect impacts from site operations, with the quarry access, as you can see here with the purple line, connecting the access from Doncaster Road to the quarry, running through the SSSI. It is acknowledged that there is harm to the SSSI, both from direct loss of SSSI woodland at the entrance and also potential impacts, indirect impacts. The harm is real and is given significant weight in the planning balance in line with the National Planning Policy Framework. However, this is not the full picture, as mitigation planting is proposed for this loss as part of the restoration scheme, with an area of new native deciduous woodland extending to approximately 0.23 hectares within the northern end of the restored quarry, immediately adjacent to Farcliffe Wood within the Sprotbrough Gorge SSSI area. And this represents a compensation ratio of 6:1 in terms of area. And this will be done by using locally sourced native species with a 15-year aftercare for all the woodland planting, and for the replacement planting for the loss of the Sprotbrough Gorge, dedication of that planting in perpetuity. The ecology officer is satisfied that the compensation is appropriate and proportional. The wider restoration of the quarry site will, in the medium to long term, create an important ecological link between sections of the Sprotbrough Gorge SSSI and will directly benefit the SSSI by eliminating the persistent antisocial behaviour from trespass with motorbikes, cycles and also cars, which has been causing ongoing damage to the site and the wider SSSI woodland. South Yorkshire Police support the aims of this proposal in terms of aiming to remove the antisocial behaviour. Having regard to the exceptional circumstances in which a major derelict site will be reclaimed to a nature conservation after use, the compensatory habitat planting agreed with the longer ecological benefits to the SSSI from the restoration of the quarry, with the prolonged 15-year aftercare on the compensatory tree planting, is all considered to be beneficial and outweighs the harm to the SSSI. The proposal is considered, therefore, to satisfy the policy test set out in the MPPF. So in terms of the access that we've talked about, quarry waste and the limestone from the benching will be removed from the site by HGV via the existing access onto the Doncaster Road or Sheffield Road. The access will need to be widened to 9 metres at its throat, which will then taper to 7 metres, approximately 60 metres into the site, to facilitate safe vehicle movements. And this is what requires the removal of approximately 385 square metres of woodland edge habitat. An in-out traffic arrangement is proposed at the site entrance, and inbound vehicles using the existing quarry access and outbound vehicles using a new parallel exit. Traffic signal control will be installed within the site to prevent conflict, and there will also be the reinstatement of passing bays along the road. A wheel wash facility will be installed within the quarry. Vehicles will need to be sheeted before leaving the weighbridge, and a road sweeper will be deployed on the internal haul Hall Road to ensure that no material is brought out onto the public highway. HGV routing will be restricted to the east only, i.e. towards the A1M. There will be no westward routing through Conisbrough Town Centre or the associated air quality management area. And this understanding is secured by condition 16 within the report. Importantly, the proposal also includes and is required by a planning condition measures to prevent illegal trespass into the site and the wider SSSI woodland, which is causing widespread damage from the antisocial behaviour. The operation of the quarry reclamation will also be in effect a self-policing activity, given the activity that will be taking place over the 8-year period. And on this slide, you can see some of the measures. This is an indicative plan, but there is a condition required to actually develop a scheme in accordance with this indicative plan. But that includes measures such as strategically placed boulders, palisade fencing, motorcycle barriers, and ditches where necessary. In terms of working, the site is split into a number of phases. Phase 1 will involve detailed geotechnical works to inform the formation of the safe and stable quarry benched faces and the removal of the high-level quarry waste stockpiles to create a top level of approximately 50 metres above ordnance datum. Phase 2 will continue to remove the top level of the waste to the lower and more safer and structurally sound level of around 43 to 44 metres AOD, and the removal of waste stockpiles on the lower quarry floor. There will be a connecting track between the upper and the lower levels to allow material to be safely removed from the upper levels, and will ultimately leave 2 distinct levels within the site that will form the landform for the restoration, upon which restoration planting will take place. This shows the final working level of the site with an upper, albeit reduced ground level of around 43 to 44 metres AOD and a lower level of predominantly 34 metres, but sloping down where it naturally does slope to about 30 metres. The restoration scheme itself, I apologise for the arrows going all over, but I'll try to explain these, proposes the creation of a species-rich lowland limestone grassland across the vast majority of the quarry floors that will be formed. It will also include native shrub and tree planting around the quarry fringes and on the upper benches, hydroseeding of the quarry faces to promote natural colonisation, and as previously mentioned, the creation of 0.23 hectares of native deciduous woodland as compensation for the loss of the SSSI woodland. There'll also be new shallow ponds introduced to the site to increase the biodiversity. And there's also an area of flamingo moss, which is an endangered and protected species, which will also be safeguarded throughout the development in line with a bespoke strategy that has been prepared and accepted by the ecologist. The potential noise impacts of the proposal have been assessed via a noise impact assessment, which has been accepted by Environmental Health on the basis of conditions to secure hours of operation, suitable working practices, noise levels, and the requirement for ongoing noise monitoring at the nearest noise-sensitive receptors, and the installation of an acoustic barrier to protect the nearest neighbour at number 182 Doncaster Road that you can see on this plan. The green line is the area where the acoustic barrier is required. I'll now go on to just do a quick photo tour of the site for you. This shows you the site access currently gated off. The top right photograph shows you just one example of ASB kind of measures with some limestone blocks placed there to prevent access, but then new accesses are punched to form access into the SSSI woodland, which is then used by motorbikes and motorcycles and is causing widespread damage to the SSSI. One thing that has changed is the new cycle path that has been laid in this area, which now does cross. You can see the bottom left photograph shows the cycle path running down from the quarry entrance towards Conisbrough, and the bottom right photograph shows you the cycle path running towards Warmsworth. and the top left photograph shows you the cycle path in the foreground running across the site. Measures are included to ensure that the cycle path is protected and also reinstated should damage be caused, and also to ensure that users of the cycle path and that area as a right-of-way is also appropriately marked out for safety reasons. This is a view, top left photo, looking out of the site from the gated entrance to the nearby neighbours on the other side of Doncaster Road. And the top left photograph is looking up the whole road to an internal gated area, and just in the distance there you can see number 182 Doncaster Road, which requires the acoustic fencing to safeguard their amenity. This photograph shows just an indication of the habitat that needs to be removed at the quarry Hall Road mouth in order to create the 9-metre throat of the access road, tapering down to 7 metres, and I've already mentioned the habitat type proposed that is contained within that area. This is now travelling down the Hall Road, making your way towards the quarry. You can see there is curbing left over from the previous use of this road as a quarry Hall Road, and in the top right photograph you can see a former curbed passing bay where the road widens out, which will help in the operation of this quarry, which is going to be traffic lighted, but in the event that vehicles do come across each other, which shouldn't happen, there will be appropriate passing bays to allow vehicles to traverse by each other. This gives you some examples of the unauthorised damage that's been caused to the Triple SI. As you can see, that is Triple SI woodland. It's been severely eroded, impacted, damaged by motorcycling, motorbiking, etc. On the top right photograph, there is these photos were taken a couple of weeks ago when I was out there. There are evidence of cycle ramps, as you can see, and jumps over the road to allow that activity to take place. And that just continues to show you there are lots of examples down the whole road. This is the Grade 2 listed viaduct that the whole road will pass under. Conservation officer has not raised any objection to the proposal and has commented that upon completion the situation in terms of the setting of the Grade 2 listed structure will actually be improved. We're now coming into the quarry. You can see by the change of the nature of the road, and in the distance on this photograph you can start to see what is effectively a moonscape as you enter into the site. It's been like this for many years. I've been involved in this application for going on 18 years or so, and I've been out there, and the site has not changed much at all, apart from what you can see is when I was originally out there was probably 1 or 2 burnt out cars, and on my last visit to the site a couple of weeks ago I counted about 8 burnt out cars on that site. So it is a site that is still attracting antisocial behaviour and is not restoring because it just doesn't have the conditions to restore. And it's also the ongoing antisocial behaviour with cars, motorbikes, motorcycles traversing across this site, eroding it, and it's not giving nature any opportunity to reclaim this site back. These are just some more examples of the site. These are some of the very steep kind of drops that you can see from the site. So what you can see on the top left photograph is kind of the top level of the quarry, which will be reduced down, and then this is coming down into the lower level of the quarry, which will also be removed down, and also removing the stockpiles of mineral waste from the site. And also there's lots of littering taking place on the site, evidence of recent burning on the site. The bottom right photograph on this photo shows you a view across the top level, and you can start to get some indication of the drops involved on this site. And this photograph shows you the kind of quarry face, which is eroding, collapsing in, trees are falling in, and those photographs demonstrate that. This isn't on the top of the quarry face, this is just on the top level with the quarry face behind me, looking out into the site, across the site, and in the distance there you can see also Cadeby Quarry. This is a landscape of industrial activity. This is the Nearcliff Quarry or Steepley Quarry. There's Cadeby Quarry, and in Warmsworth you've got the Dolomite Quarry as well. And this photograph just gives you some examples, yet again, of the deposits of mineral waste within this site, and also the sharp and steep crevices that are being formed through natural erosion with rain percolating through this limestone waste, creating some very significant drops into the site. In conclusion, no technical consultee objects to the proposal, subject to the use of conditions and a Section 106 agreement in order to mitigate the potential impacts that have been identified and which are also of concern to local residents who have made representation on the proposal. The principle of the Greenbelt impacts, including visual impacts, have been carefully considered and found on balance to be acceptable, primarily as an assessment of the temporary operation needed versus the longer-term goal of the site following restoration and aftercare. Other matters such as noise, dust, access and vehicle movements, ecology and biodiversity, trees, heritage, air quality, groundwater and public rights-of-way have all been satisfactorily addressed through the technical consultees. And paragraph 7.73 of your report provides the balance of these considerations both for and against the proposal. In summary, in favour of the development is the removal of a major derelict site located within the Greenbelt, along with measures to address the antisocial behaviour that is clearly evident within the quarry site and the wider SSSI environment. Also in favour is the restoration of a site with a biodiversity net gain uplift of approaching 16%, which is well in excess of the 10% policy requirement. The creation also of a habitat link from the wider SSSI through this site to create a habitat corridor, and also the protection of the protected flamingo moss throughout the process. Also important is the recovery of limestone waste to be utilised in place of primary aggregate from elsewhere to be used in construction, and also the making safe of the unstable quarry sites. Weighing against the proposal is the loss of the SSSI habitat at the site entrance to form a safe access, albeit this is mitigated by additional SSSI compensatory tree planting within the restored area. There will be a temporary impact during the life of the operation on the Greenbelt setting, but it is acknowledged that this is temporary and will lead to longer-term beneficial outcomes following restoration. The temporary noise and dust impacts on nearby residents are real, but are mitigated via the noise, dust and traffic conditions proposed, which have all been assessed and found to be acceptable. The recommendation, therefore, is to grant planning permission consistent with the Planning Committee's 2010 resolution, subject to updated conditions and an updated Section 106 agreement. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Roy. Well done. We've received a request to speak from Mrs. Joan Jackson, who's a local resident, in opposition to the application. This is now your opportunity to address the committee for 5 minutes. Please press the large rectangular button when you want to speak and press it again when you're ready to finish. I'll give you a minute warning when you look like going over on time. Okay, it's over to you, love.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you for allowing me to speak. Having listened to Mr. Sykes doing an incredibly detailed report, but I'm afraid I still come down on what I said in 2010 to be against this proposal. It's mainly for the road. Now, the photographs that we've just seen, the four photographs regarding the main road, The bottom two, the bottom left and the bottom right, looking onto the main road across the cycle path, did not show the fact that there's a pelican crossing there. Now, when in 2010, when this was proposed, there had been a pedestrian refuge in the middle of the road, which was moved further towards Warmsworth to make it easier because of Archer's Way site. And then we've got the Pelican Crossing in. Now, if this goes ahead, we've got to have an awful lot of road improvements because that road is so dangerous. I know you want to widen the junction, yes, evidently lorries are big and wide and long, but with the cycle lane, with the Pelican Refuge, we've got to have a lot of work done on this road. It is narrow because of the cycle lane. There's an awful lot of traffic. If there's anybody parked on the road just above the quarry entrance, there's so many hold-ups. People trying to get into Archer's Way and out of Archer's Way find it very difficult to cross the road. With the best will in the world, it's a dreadful junction. So there's got to be something done to mitigate that junction and to allow this to happen. And it is so dangerous. And I am so dead against it for that reason. There's so many aspects of road safety that need to be considered. And the fact that it's going to be, is it 20 or 40 vehicle movements a day, big lorries in and out. I know they've got to be well timed, but there again, you can't time it for the peak hours. It changes daily. We can have a lot of traffic there at one point of the day, but not the same the next day. It's very difficult. So there's a lot of traffic management needs to be assessed before it can go ahead. And the next thing is security. I know the police do an awful lot of work trying to contain the antisocial behaviour. It is very difficult. The police can't be there all day, every day, particularly at weekends. I know they do the best. We have the helicopters flying over. We have the police doing systematic raids, confiscating stolen vehicles and everything else. But no matter what security measures have been put in, like the boulders that you've seen, if people on motorbikes want to get in, they will get in. There's an access by the water tower. There's an access top side of the viaduct. There's lots of different access that they've made, people have made to get access. Walkers do like to walk down there, but I used to walk down there. I wouldn't go down there now because you just don't know what's going to come around the corner. And they come so quick and fast, you can't jump out the way in time. And I know there are a lot of dog walkers who use that area. However, I do think that there's got to be a lot of work to combat antisocial behaviour.
1 minute left.
Thank you. Police have tried, but best will in the world, it doesn't always happen. And also this commitment to restoration. Yes, we say 8 years to get the quarry floor cleared. It's going to be an awful long time. But how are we going to secure the site permanently so that we don't have the antisocial behaviour? There's lots I could say, and I'm sorry I haven't put it very clearly, but I am opposed to it. And it's not just me, it's my residents as well. And for the record, I live about 75 yards away from the quarry entrance on the main road. Thank you.
Thank you for that. Is there any committee members want to ask any questions? Rob first.
Thank you, Chair. Mrs Jackson, I hadn't appreciated the Pelican Crossing was there on Sheffield Road, and I was sort of looking at that on the map as well. Could you sort of say again your concerns about with the Pelican Crossing there and the site entrance?
Sorry, the Pelican Crossing is there. It allows people from one side or the other to get to the bus stops either side. And it's also a way of getting across the road. Now, my friend who lives opposite me finds walking very difficult. She won't come across the road to me anymore. I go across to her. It can take me up to 6 minutes. And the last time I counted the vehicles, I counted 45 vehicles going to and fro before there was a break in the traffic to get across. The people who use the Pelican crossing find it invaluable to get across safely because the traffic will stop. And if there are vehicles coming out of the entrance to turn left to go towards Doncaster, there's a Pelican crossing there. So it's by the time a lorry's come out, they're on the crossing. So that has got to be taken into account because the Pelican crossing is essential for people to cross the road, to say, but for vehicles coming out, it's not good for them. It does need looking at.
Thank you for explaining your concerns on that. I think the officers will come back afterwards, so thank you.
Right.
Gerald?
Yeah, I thought you put that case across really well, Mr. Jackson. So basically, your concerns are the road, yes. the way the road is, and as Councillor Dennis said, and the Pelican crossing. So am I to understand that should the owners of the quarry bring these roads up to satisfactory for what the residents would want, and we could sort out the Pelican crossing, as you said, and obviously they would look into the security. I think it's going to be 24/7 security on that side, I'm to understand. I may be wrong, but it would be brought to front in a bit. So if all this was brought up to the conditions you would want and your neighbours, is that something you'd be happy with the quarry owners?
If we've made our point about the junction and they make the road safe, I think then there's a far wider issue about the A630, because this is putting extra traffic onto that road going towards Warmsworth. Now, that's all very well, providing there is not an accident or an incident on the M18, the M1 or the A1. If that happens, that impinges on the A630 and it is gridlocked. If the M1 closes, the M18 closes, as it does do 2 or 3 times during the winter, the A630 is gridlocked. And from the build-up from Conisbrough traffic lights right the way up to the A1, roundabout at Warmsworth, and with extra long, heavy vehicles caught in between, it's just chaos. And I think it really does need looking at. The whole A630, it's just not big enough, wide enough to take all this extra traffic. Bear in mind the history of the A630 in the late 1960s, 1970s. It was widened because it took 10 foot off my front garden, compulsorily purchased, to widen the road to take extra traffic in the 1970s. And then, a few years ago, it was narrowed for a cycle lane. So the extra traffic is more, and it's still fast, and it's still difficult. And it just needs a lot of work on it.
Is the cycle lane used quite a lot?
No. We can, as I say, I live opposite the cycle lane, and during this glorious weather, I think we've seen about 10 cyclists, perhaps in a fortnight. No, it's not used much at all, and it's a shame.
No, that's fine. Thank you, Mr. Jackson.
Any more questions from anybody? Bob?
Hi, and like my colleague here, I thought you put your case across very well there. So, I was going to ask about the cycle lane, so I don't have to ask that now. Just on the antisocial behaviour at the site, how does that affect residents on a daily basis?
particularly at weekends when the motorcyclists are racing up the main road, not necessarily on the cycle lane. They race up the main road doing wheelies and doing goodness knows what on a Sunday afternoon. And yes, we do hear the noise of them racing through the quarry. I must admit, for me, it's not as bad as those who live nearer the quarry, like Mr. Winwood at the end house, the end bungalow, the people on that side of the road and the people bang opposite and further round up near towards the water tower, then yes, it is a nuisance and it is noisy. But for me, I can't say it has such an impact, only the fact they're racing up and down the main road. So that's the best answer I can give you.
Anyone else? No, just a quick from me. You've been aware of this development or been opposed to it since 2010. In 2010, what were your key reasons then? You've talked about the highway and the pedestrian crossing, but the pedestrian crossing never really appeared until 2023. So what were we like back in 2010 compared to now in terms of pedestrian access and traffic?
Sorry. In 2010, I wrote to Mr. Sykes about the traffic. It was about the volume of traffic, about the problems of backup if there was any incidents on the main motorways, and the junction with Archers Way, because it's quite a tight junction really. To get in and out, and the road markings that aren't always beneficial. So it is quite difficult. And also, if there's a lot of traffic on the main road, then local people and anybody else who's following will use Drakehead Lane, Archers Way, Drakehead Lane as a rat run. And although there's a 20-mile limit on, they don't. Some just roar down that lane. How nobody's been knocked over, I don't know. But it is used as a rat one, and it was then, and it still is now.
Thank you. Anybody else? Thank you for that, Mrs. Jackson. Next, we've got a request to speak from Councillor Rachel Reid, the ward member in opposition to the application. This is your opportunity for 10 minutes. Press the rectangular button when you're to start, turn it off when you're finished. I'll give you a warning, a minute to go. Over to you, Rachel.
Thank you, Chair. Chair, members, I am asking the committee to defer this application. I am not opposed to the proper restoration of Nearcliff Quarry. The site has long-standing safety, environmental and antisocial behaviour problems that need to be addressed. However, restoration must be safe, properly evidenced, financially secured and capable of being enforced. This application would authorise much more than a simple clean-up operation. It would permit the removal of approximately 828,000 tonnes of limestone waste, together with the excavation of approximately 200,000 tonnes of virgin limestone. That is more than 1 million tonnes of material over an estimated 8-year period, involving substantial HGV movements. The proposal would also result in the permanent loss of approximately 0.035 hectares of woodland within the Sprotborough Gorge site of special scientific interest. Quarry traffic would travel through SSI woodland before crossing a public cycle route and joining the A630. The officer report acknowledges that the loss of SSI woodland represents harm which must be weighed in the planning balance. Despite this report relies heavily upon the historic advice from Natural England. Members should have the benefit of current ecological advice before being asked to approve permanent impacts to a nationally designated site. There are also unresolved highway safety concerns. The officer report identifies the crossing point between quarry traffic and the public cycle route as a potential point of conflict. The proposed mitigation includes warning signs, traffic signals and improvements to the surface of the cycle route. While these measures may assist, they do not in themselves demonstrate that the crossing can operate safely for cyclists and pedestrians. Furthermore, the detailed arrangements between the viaduct where the Hall Road and public route shared restricted space are intended to be finalised after planning permission has been granted. Members should be provided with an independent road safety audit and completed crossing and footpath designs before determining whether this development is safe. There are also significant issues with the proposed planning conditions. The application is repeatedly presented as involving no blasting. However, one of the proposed conditions would allow blasting to be approved at a later date by the Mineral Planning Authority. If blasting is genuinely not part of this proposal, it should be expressly prohibited within the permission. Condition 34 allows a dust monitoring scheme to be submitted after development has commenced, while also requiring baseline monitoring before commencement. Those requirements cannot both be satisfied. Condition 35 similarly allows a breeding bird monitoring scheme to be submitted after operations have started, even though its purpose is to establish baseline ecological conditions. Condition 26 refers to exceptionally noisy operations being defined in Condition 25 when they are actually defined elsewhere in the conditions. Condition 3 also appears to cross-reference the wrong restoration and aftercare conditions. They are simply not drafting errors. They raise genuine concerns about whether the conditions are clear, enforceable and capable of proper monitoring. The restoration guarantee also requires further scrutiny. The current proposal involves approximately 1,028,000 tonnes of material. Members should be satisfied that the restoration cost has been independently verified and that sufficient funds will be available throughout the life of the development. The proposed escrow account would build up gradually as material is removed. If the operator were to fail during those early years of the scheme, the available restoration fund could be at its lowest precisely when it is most needed. Members should therefore require an independently verified restoration cost together with a financial guarantee that provides adequate protection from the outset. Finally, the Council is being asked to approve up to 200,000 tonnes of virgin limestone extraction before the final geotechnical assessment and quarry phase design have been completed. Those assessments should determine how much extraction is genuinely necessary to achieve a safe and stable landform. The technical evidence should determine the quantity of mineral extraction, not the other way around. Chair and members, the objective of restoring the Cliff Quarry is one that I support. However, this committee should not approve the application on the basis that fundamental matters of ecology, highway safety, financial security, technical design and enforceability can simply be resolved. I therefore respectfully ask that this application be deferred until the committee has received current ecological advice from Natural England, an independent road safety audit, completed crossing and footpath safety designs, the final geotechnical assessment, corrected and fully enforceable planning conditions, and an independently verified and adequately funded restoration guarantee. This is not opposition to restoration. It is a request to ensure that restoration is genuine, safe, enforceable and fully secured before authorising the excavation and removal of more than 1 million tonnes of material. Members should also consider the cumulative impact of other committed developments in the area. Since earlier assessments were undertaken, planning permission has been granted for a 109 home development at Sheffield Road, Warmsworth, in addition to the 226 home development at Old Road, Conisbrough. These developments will increase traffic on the local highway network. I ask the committee to be satisfied that the cumulative effects of these committed schemes have been fully assessed alongside the traffic generated by this proposal before making a decision. Thank you.
Thank you, Rachel. Would any of the committee members like to speak to Rachel about this? Bob?
Yeah, it's just something you said at the end. I wasn't going to ask her, but the developments you were just talking about that have been approved, how will they impact? Are they near to this area? Do you think they'll impact on this area?
Well, the 109 home development is on Sheffield Road, which is literally the same road. That's right, isn't it, Joan? It's the same road, the Sheffield Road. It is the same road. The 226 houses that was approved earlier on of one of the last planning meetings I went to, that is on the opposite side. It's just that road, so the A630 goes from there all the way there. It's going to impact, like Joan said, the traffic is a nightmare. The build-up of the traffic is horrific. Every day, if I leave here, I'm built up practically at Wandsworth and it takes me forever to get home. So it will impact significantly, in my opinion.
Gerald?
Just, we appreciate there will be an impact on traffic there. So would it benefit the quarry operation times? Because we know obviously it's busy at certain times of the day, and so it's busy in the morning, busy on the evening. So if the operation times of the quarry were put in place, where so they're not operating at the busiest times, if some arrangement could be made around that, would it benefit the traffic flow?
I can't really say it could, because the A630 is busy all the time. You do have your mornings and your evenings, but I've never been able to drive all the way through the A630 to get home and not had a build-up of traffic. So I personally wouldn't have an opinion to say that it would help. Sorry.
Anyone else? Rob?
Thanks, Chair. Rachel, I just wanted to get your perspective as the ward councillor in terms of the antisocial behaviour currently on the quarry site. Have concerns about that been raised to you so far?
No, they haven't. Only recently, when this has come up, I've had people sort of contact me with regards to the antisocial behaviour. But because I live at the other side of Conisbrough, I never have the impact like the rest of the residents do. So no.
Anyone else? Dave?
Appreciate my been speaking a bit early here, I don't know, but while we're talking on the question of traffic, it does concern me because myself, a regular visitor to the Conisbrough, Dennerby and on to Sheffield Road further out to the other side. In the morning, for example, the traffic can queue from the water tower all the way down to the traffic lights at Conisbrough Bottom, and likewise, in retrospect, in reverse, from the water tower back down to Wormsworth. That's in the morning, and that is a very difficult, for anybody to travel. But we talked, the lady here spoke very clearly about the impact of the cycle lane and how that's affected that road. Well, in the last week, there was a head-on collision at the top of even though that bend has been serious for many years, they've tried all different ideas to reduce accidents. Similarly, 2 years ago, one of our vehicles had a head-on accident at the top of that junction. Now, this is, I can say, exacerbated, or it is going to be exacerbated by the fact that heavy vehicles pulling out of this site, turning uphill, is going to encourage people to overtake a vehicle that's doing 20 miles an hour in a 40 mile an hour area because he cannot gather speed sufficiently sharp enough to get up to the 40 mile an hour. That does concern me because it is uphill. If you're pulling out fully loaded, it doesn't help the situation. But similarly, traffic-wise, when you get down to Wormsworth traffic lights, when you've got 2 or 3 heavy vehicles at the lights, setting off and the lights change at the rate they change at, the amount of traffic bouncing back towards Conisbrough, again, is going to be exacerbated. And on top of this, we have the serious situation that we now, and I'm aware of, the 200 odd houses in addition, which alone are going to impact on the traffic issues through in and out of Conisbrough. You're going either way down Sheffield Road, Doncaster Road, towards Wormsworth or to Conisbrough Centre, either way. Conisbrough is going to be really struggling. And it does concern me. And I know I might have brought this a bit early in the meeting, but I think we've talked on the issue of the traffic, and I do concern where both ladies are coming from on this issue. So if I can take that and bear it in mind for today, please.
Is that your question, Dave? Well, aimed at anybody. I mean, Rachel, do you want to come back on that?
Oh, sorry, I thought it was a statement. Yes, thank you. Yeah, I think so. Was there a question in there, David? Sorry.
Well, at the end of the day, my question is, do we all seriously think that Travis operating, we've got to consider, do you think that there should be serious consideration to the operating hours in retrospect to the environment and the traffic conditions and working hours, rush hours especially?
It's a bit of a tricky one, isn't it? Because operating hours, they would sort of go in the morning and they'd be coming out in the evening. So it's what times would be acceptable to the company to be able to sort of do the job and get it done within the 8-year period. So it's what they would come back with that.
Anyone else got a question? Right then, thank you, Rachel. Right, we've received a request to speak from Mr. Chris Ballum. He's the planning agent speaking in support of the application. This is now your opportunity to speak for 5 minutes. Press the large rectangular button to start, and when you finish, press it again. I'll give you a minute to go if you looks like you're going to overrun, okay?
First of all, I'll have to apologise. I have hearing aids and they do not cope with this room very well. It's sound is very mushy. Right, thank you for allowing me to speak, and I'd like to commend your very thorough officer's report. I've been associated with this site since 1975 when I became a senior planning officer for South Yorkshire County Council. After the county's abolition, I moved to Doncaster Council as its minerals planning officer. The last time I recall it being disturbed was in the early 1990s. Apart from that brief period of disturbance, this site has remained as it currently is, largely devoid of vegetation and subject to continuous erosion. It's used by motorbikers who periodically organise regional and national meets without the permission of the landowner. No matter what you do to stop them, they still come. They enjoy ditches and banks and ride round any solid obstacles. And there is now a wide compacted track across the farmer's field from the water tower to the top of the quarry because they've stopped removing the concrete blocks that were placed across the roadway. They spread out into the surrounding TPO and SSI woodland from the open site and are degrading the wider area. In addition, people steal cars and drive them over the steep slopes, setting fire to them on the quarry floor. You've seen photographs in Roy's report. This will not stop until we remove the attraction, which is the steep slopes and wide open areas of spoil. In short, the locality needs this to be done to stop the widespread damage to the local environment, which is a very important nationally valuable habitat. Occupying the site 24/7 for the 8 years it will take will also help prevent unauthorised access by bikers. There would be site security. Hopefully, they will have forgotten about it after 8 years. If allowed to proceed, Nearcliff Quarry will become the nearest supplier of limestone aggregate to central Doncaster. The environmental impact to reduce traffic and emissions on the roads because it's closer and overall costs would be immediate. It's not new traffic. The existing stone comes from Stainton, so it comes up to the Collinsborough traffic lights and travels through Warmsworth into Doncaster. So there'll be competition between the Stainton quarries and this, and the traffic will be shared between them. There won't be any more traffic than there already is on the main road. The site will also generate business rates for Doncaster and an additional 10 jobs or so for local people. We've gone into this with all your officers, highways, ecologists, environmental health, Natural England, all sorts. We've employed several outstanding consultants to look at it. They produce reports on the cycle path, the access, which is flat at the top, so the lorries are coming out onto the main road from a flat level surface, not up a hill. We've looked at bats, badgers, everything you can imagine. It's been gone into exhaustively. and I hope that we've managed to satisfy all the various consultees. And as pointed out in your officer's report, any temporary harm caused is vastly outweighed by the environmental improvements that this scheme will produce. And I therefore respectfully request that you approve the application subject to the legal agreement. Thank you.
Thank you for that. Appreciated. Committee. Rob, do you want to speak?
Thanks, Chair. Mr. Knight, if you need me to repeat anything, please let me know.
Chris Ballum.
You mentioned to start off with that about the illegal use of off-road bikes on the site. When the site's operating, if it's approved, do you know where those illegal motorcycles would go? I appreciate you may not be bothered, but residents and certainly ward members in the area probably would be bothered. So I appreciate that this having a development on this site would have a benefit to moving some of the antisocial behaviour off this site, but it doesn't solve the root cause of one of our biggest ASB issues in Doncaster, really. So that's just a point I'd like to make.
Chris, if you want to say something, press your button, you can talk, yeah? If you want to speak, will you make sure you press your button so that we can hear you on your microphone, yeah? Bob?
Hi, thanks for attending. You've talked a lot about the antisocial behaviour on the site. Can you just explain a bit what the night security will look like? And are you confident that the measures you put in place will stop antisocial behaviour on that site for the next 8 years?
There would be somebody on the site 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. Unfortunately, there's access from various public footpaths all the way around the site. It's a huge perimeter. It's very difficult to stop people going on. So what you've got to do is remove the attraction. And the attraction is the quarry as it currently is, with the slopes, the erosion, the steep slopes. That's what they come for. Once that's removed, the attraction hopefully goes, because they won't be able to bike over 40-foot high cliffs, and the quarry floor will be largely level. It'd be very unexciting for them. So that is the main preventative measure.
Yeah, I appreciate that, but obviously what you've just said there, it doesn't sound like there's going to be much security whatsoever. So in the early years, I mean, the antisocial behaviour could just be at the extent it is now, basically.
Well, there will be security, but it's you need a whole army there to prevent the unauthorised access if you're going to try and stop it altogether. There will have to be security because there will be machinery on site which is valuable, and you don't want that getting smashed up. But as I've said, the main preventative measure is the removal of the attraction, and that will be removed from the top downwards. So the first thing you'll come across very quickly when you come onto the top of the quarry is a sheer drop, and I don't think they'll put their bikes over that.
Yeah, I appreciate that. Could you just maybe explain just a little bit about the security? Just give us an idea of what the security will look like.
Well, it's normally cameras. I expect you've seen the ones that are deployed these days. They're standalone towers about a metre and a half high, with cameras on them, and if you disturb them, you get photographed doing it, and it's transmitted off to the nearest receiving centre. There'll also be human presence on site with the cabin, and they'll be there all the time when the site is not being worked. When the site is being worked, there'll be machinery moving about. There'll be 4, 5, 6 people there all the time.
Gerald, and then Dave, and then Rob.
Thanks, Chair. In regards to the opposition's concerns about the roads and making it safe emerging from these lanes onto the main roads, could you work with the community to improve the road system out there? And my other question would be, it was mentioned about the backlog from the A1 and the M18. Would that prevent you from working if that occurred? Because obviously it would slow the work down. What diversion would we have in place? Because as Mr. Jackson said, that there's a lane. Would you be using that as a diversion? Have you looked at the infrastructure of where you would go should that occur with the A1, and we know it happens? Would you be prepared to work with the local residents on that?
The entrance and the crossing for the cycleway have been designed taking into account the pedestrian crossings. They've been looked at by my highways engineers who have cooperated with Doncaster Council highways engineers to come up with a design that's been put in place. I'm sure there'll be no problem whatsoever if the local residents want any improvements to that that are approved by the highways, but by Doncaster Highways, that would be okay. In terms of any closures on the M1 and so on, that's a bit outside everybody's control, and it's up to the council to put appropriate diversions in place. If there are any weight restrictions, you have to follow those. But as I said in my opening remarks, this isn't extra traffic. The traffic's there now coming from Stainton. So it's not going to make things worse.
No, that's fine, thank you.
Thank you. Well, you're next, Dave, then Rob.
Sir, I'm looking here again. You mentioned on site a road sweeper to maintain the access road. I take into consideration here that at the site down the road, primarily, they're moving large blocks of stone rather than small grains, as you might say. Would it be a consideration that you should have a vehicle wash on site so that they can be all small debris or bits and pieces can be washed from the vehicles prior to going up towards the main road and down, obviously, to Wandsworth from thereafter?
There is provision for a wheel wash in the application and on the plans, and it will be one of the planning conditions.
Thank you for the confirmation on that. I tried to look for it and I couldn't find it, sorry.
Sorry, I don't understand the question. Can you repeat it?
No, it's fine, Chris. You've answered the question. You've answered it, okay. Rob, you're next.
Thanks, Chair. I'm just coming back to the antisocial behaviour aspect of it. I've tried to look through the documents and I can't see a representation from South Yorkshire Police in terms of the impact it would have on antisocial behaviour. If it is there, Roy, please do flag it in your officer notes afterwards. Then I'm having issues with, as part of the one of the reasons with significant weight in favour of the application is the long-term elimination of antisocial behaviour and associated damage of the SSSI. In your opening remarks, you said that hopefully after 8 years, anyone using the site now would hopefully have forgotten about it. 8 years to me isn't long-term. I also suspect that given the whilst you've detailed the security measures in place in terms of fencing, men on site most of the time, CCTV, to young people on bikes that can zip around any people that be on site and in slow-moving vehicles, I think that'd be quite an attraction to them, to be honest. So I reject particularly the antisocial behaviour being reduced as part of this. However, there's other elements to the application that I think do have merit. So I think just the antisocial behaviour being reduced isn't convincing for me. Sorry, that wasn't a question, was it? You don't need to respond to that.
Just for page 6, Rob, page 6, 4.7, police. When I say page 6, that's of the actual application part.
Apologies, thank you, Chair.
Yeah, no objections, it says. Anybody else got anything for Chris? Thank you for that. Right. Committee members will now go into debate. Does any member... Right. Oh, yeah. Have we got anything to clarify there, Rob?
Thank you, Chair. Don't have too much to clarify from what I've heard. All I would do is, for Councillor Knight, just draw your attention to condition 18 of your report. Prior to the commencement of mineral and waste extraction, a wheel wash facility will be installed, etc., etc. So that covers that off. Just in relation to Councillor Dennis's last question, I don't know whether you're going to put a question to me, but I'm going to preempt that, but please do come back to me in due course if you do wish to. We have had 2 comments from South Yorkshire Police. One at the original time the application was resolved to be granted in 2010, and an updated one in January 2023. The most updated one basically detailed the police have been made aware of this application, have got no objections or comments to make to it. Pretty bland, if I'm being honest, but what was stated on the original South Yorkshire Police comments by the architectural liaison officer back then, probably worthwhile if I just read it in a bit of detail, just so you've got it for context. Where are we? Let's go. Yep. So following the previous planning application for this site some 12 months ago, a multi-agency visit was arranged to the site and matters discussed. At this time, the police and partners were heavily involved in the policing of off-road motorcycling at the quarry site, which often resulted in 1, noise pollution, 2, personal injury, where emergency services had problems attending to the injured, 3, vehicles being parked in a dangerous manner on the adjacent A630 road to facilitate the drop-off and collection of the bikes using the site. Any use of the site as a working quarry was seen as a positive in potentially removing these problems from the area, and from a crime reduction and antisocial behaviour view, the police did not object. During the site visit, certain matters were discussed in relation to access control onto the site, and areas suitable for the production of a ditch and bund arrangement was positively received by the agent. I would ask this again to be considered from a health and safety point of view, as much as a crime reduction tool. It goes without saying that I would be more than happy to discuss visit as appropriate to take this matter forward. And that understanding has worked its way through into condition 8 of the report, which basically says no development will take place until a detailed scheme for the installation of security fencing and other access control measures to prevent unauthorised access to the site has been submitted to and approved in writing by the MPA. So that gives us the ammunition to then go back with those measures, discuss with South Yorkshire Police, are they happy with that, are they not happy with that, have they got any thoughts to ensure we do try to address that issue. Thank you, Chair.
Can I ask Roy a question?
Right, we can go into debate now.
Yeah, can you bring up the picture of the exit onto Donny Road, please? No, Tom, come on, yeah. No, the one off the road, looking out up towards Water Tower. That one, yeah. So, does that look uphill? Because it does to me. It is uphill, isn't it, going that way, towards town?
Probably if I go to the next one, just to give you some context. So the right-hand So sorry. I've just gone back to a different slide just to give you an indication. The right-hand photograph is the whole road coming uphill to the gate.
Yeah, from out at quarry.
Yeah, out of the quarry. Number 182 Doncaster Road is just in front there.
Yeah.
And then what you see on the left-hand photograph there is the level. It's level before then vehicles exit on left onto Doncaster Road. And I think that's the point that Mr. Ballum was talking about when he said we're not going up an hill and then exiting onto A630 to make that a dangerous manoeuvre. We're coming uphill, but then the hill levels out before then the manoeuvre is done onto the A630. Yes.
Yeah, it does, doesn't it?
Yes,
right.
It goes downhill on the left photograph towards Conisbrough and
bottom.
Slightly uphill towards Warmsworth. Yes.
Is it slightly uphill, or is it a bit more than that? Is that a bit of a odd camera angle, or because that still looks uphill to me?
It is uphill.
Yeah.
Slightly uphill. Your car wouldn't struggle. Nothing. It's a gentle gradient uphill.
No, but a lorry with 30-odd ton on mine.
Yeah. I think the point that Mr. Ballum was talking about, though, and I don't know if I just want to be absolutely clear for you, is the point about uphill onto the A630 was uphill on the whole road and then exiting onto the A630. That's the dangerous manoeuvre. Once a vehicle is on the A630, regardless of whether it's slightly uphill or slightly downhill, I don't think that would make an issue in terms of highway safety implications, but I'm not a highways expert. So hopefully I've answered your question, Councillor. Yeah. Thank you.
Anyone else got any questions? Bob?
Yeah, this one is just on the cycle path. It's been said it's a genuine point of conflict. So do you think the measures put in place to safeguard the cycle park are enough?
I mean, obviously the cycle route is fairly new in relative terms. It's about 4 or 5 years old now, I think. We have about 45 cyclists on average per day using that route, surprisingly. It's amazing. We have automatic counters on there. We also have around about 46 average pedestrians going past in that area. So we've been counting those and to sort of monitor the impact that we've had on the cycle route. In relative terms, that's not a lot throughout a day in terms of, every minute you're going to have it. Similar to the lorries. You're talking about 40 lorries in and out of there during a day. Works out about 12 to 15 minutes if you just compress it to the working day. I think there would have to be something that would sort of satisfy the end. The visibility display coming out there is quite good because it's quite straight. You saw on the pictures before. It's a good sight up and down the hill, so you can see. The lorries are obviously, they've got to be, there'd be an awareness that they would have to have that they're crossing a cycle lane. We have that in other places in Doncaster where you've seen that happen. It's, yeah, the signs should be there to warn the drivers to be aware. Cyclists are probably the biggest risk because if they're travelling fast, that's the biggest risk that we have there. And that depends on, the behaviour of the cyclist. But again, that's where we probably have to put the onus is a little bit on the lorry drivers. They're coming out, being able to check. And because of the fact that there's no street furniture in there, it gives them a clear enough view of what's coming up and down the hill.
Sorry, you're going on, Bob.
That does concern me. So there is an element of luck there, that somebody don't get killed.
I wouldn't say luck. I mean, these are professional drivers. These are people that sort of drive the kind of lorries that we're talking about. They're professional drivers, so it's like coming out of a site. There's an awareness. Right, how can we get across? Once they've crossed onto the cycle route, there is that stage then to move into the carriageway itself. And the lorries are a significant size, so there should be an awareness then for the cyclists or pedestrians that there's a lorry there. It's a huge thing. It's not something that someone they'd have to take care as well. There's a, you know, no matter who you are on the road, you have a responsibility to behave appropriately.
Gerald and Rob.
Yes, Steve. When they're emerging out of that road, have they got really good visibility to left and right? So what I'm trying to get at is what they've said. They're going to be emerging from there. Immediately, they're on an incline. Yeah. Have they got enough sight to emerge onto that road? So they don't have to be in a hurry, if you like. So the visibility is perfect for them. So if they do emerge, traffic coming up's got plenty of time to deal with it.
There's a number of factors there that help the lorries. The first thing is the history behind the E630 is it's had a very sort of difficult challenge in that area. Speed used to be a massive issue. They went through various revisions, including white lining with red paint, etc., to try and narrow the carriageway, but it still created space for people to overtake. The latest scheme with the cycle route there has narrowed the carriageway, so there isn't actually any space to do there. Now, you can't stop someone making a very dangerous manoeuvre, so you'll never remove the ability of people doing something stupid. This is where you've got the head-on problems that can come in there. Now, what happens there is that all through that road, you've got various things that break the traffic. You've got the pedestrian crossing, which will stop the traffic. That creates a break that what tends to happen, someone will let the lorry out. You have the bus stops further down the hill. There, where they stop, the traffic has to stop behind the buses. So again, that creates it. And certainly the view that they've got, and remember, we're forcing them to only go left. It's the right-hand side that's the big issue. That's the side they're sat at, so they can see clearly down that hill. I guess the biggest challenge is always going to be what's the space that you've got to move out into. And what they'll tend to do is you will get this idea that some people will let them out, flash the lights, and then they'll go. They'll not take that risk with trying to fit into a small gap. It's going to be seeing down far enough down that there's space to move out.
Yeah, my point is there's no bends before it, so they're not coming round a bend and they're suddenly faced with emerging traffic. That's my point. There's nothing that can obstruct their view. No bends or anything that can actually cause an accident.
No, at that point in the E630, it's perfectly straight. So it is downhill, they're looking, but it is straight.
Rob, you were next.
Thanks, Chair. Steve, another one about the cycle lane. I was initially thinking whether like a Dutch curb crossing would be suitable, but with it being HGVs, probably not, because it'd just get whacked. But could there be an argument for painting or jotting down the cycle lane going over that junction to show that cyclists would have priority or going down there, so that, again, I get what you're saying about HGV drivers, professional drivers, knowing that, and there'll probably be signage as you exit the site as well, but then that additional marking out on the carriageway as well.
We have done something similar on Thorn Road, where they've used the sort of give way markings before you get to the cycleway. That's a possibility. The cycleway's got to be slightly amended anyway, because it's not got a drop curb at the moment. So there'd have to be something how to allow the lorries to flow out without any bumps. So that would happen in anything within that area. That could be something that could be considered that says, how can we create the behaviour in the driver to stop, have the look, and they'll have the view then to see if there's any cyclists before moving the next step forward before moving onto the road.
Dave, you're next.
Steve, myself as a former lorry driver, I look and assess myself that's exit from that site onto Doncaster Road. Now, no matter what you do as a truck driver, to get the full length of the vehicle to turn left to go up the rise on Doncaster Road, you have got to put the nose of the vehicle across the other side of the road in towards the oncoming traffic due to the now narrowness of that road. Historically, when the road didn't have the cycle lane, which has eaten up a full carriageway, you wouldn't have had to encroach onto traffic coming in the opposite direction, or, you know, the opposing traffic. But to pull out of that site now, without having a filter either way, a large filter to get an access to turn to the left to a 45-degree angle prior to entering the road, you're going to have to fully cross over towards the oncoming traffic before you can actually turn left. From my point of view, as a former lorry driver, I view the site access as very, very poor, potentially dangerous on a very, very major road. I don't know if you can share that opinion, but bear this in mind for the future in your planning.
What I would say is we do vehicle tracking, so we look at the types of vehicles that we're making the manoeuvres. We wouldn't support any vehicles coming out of there that would have to go onto the opposite side of the road to straighten up. The width of the access coming in and out can allow the influence so that you don't have to do that. So it might have to be a wider junction than you would normally do, but it's only serving this quarry. So it's the width of that will allow you to make the manoeuvre so that you know, the dropped curb, or you want to call it how it blends into the road, that will be wider than we'd normally expect, so that there isn't that risk of the lorry going to the other side. I understand exactly what you're saying, but the design for it will be to take the tracking into account to allow that to happen.
Steve?
Thank you. I know the history of this road, and I've carried one of the young people that died in coffins. And what I am going to say is, Steve, thank you for making the road safer, because it's damn sight safer than it was when kids died. I just wanted to say that for clarity. Not everything's negative. There has been a lot of positives on that road, and thank you.
Anyone else? Glenn?
Yeah, I hope. Do you foresee any problems with traffic coming down the hill that are going to be turning right into a quarry?
I mean, obviously, that they will do what other vehicles are doing, such as buses, and they're stopping in the carriageway, so they will potentially hold the traffic back. So that will happen, but that's what happens when buses stop at bus stops. What naturally happens then is people then allow them to turn, or they wait till the gap is appropriate for them to turn in. Like I say, it's 20 movements in a day. We've limited it over a week as well, so that you don't end up with too much bunching, and so that you get, say, 3 or 4 lorries trying to go in at the same time. It will just have to be one of those things that you have to do. Similar to someone turning right into the residential street that's coming up the hill, they have to naturally wait for the gap. Like I say, what happens is people using the pedestrian crossing, it turns red. Drivers then tend to be a bit more patient and say, well, you know, you pull through whilst I can't go anywhere anyway. So it will cause some small delays, but not anything significant, because what happens is the lorry then moves out the way and the traffic behind then joins the queue that's further down the hill. You know, I do accept that there is a sort of a challenge in getting traffic through Conisbrough, and the big problem is actually at the bottom of the hill where the traffic signals are and how you can get people through to serve all the different movements there. One thing I would say about I wanted to mention was the issues on the A1, as someone sort of mentioned, that can happen. Whenever we have a development come forward through planning applications, we have to satisfy national highways when it comes to the impact of traffic that could impact on the A1 or M18. That's extremely challenging. And we've done that with the houses on Sheffield Road. We have come up with some mitigation measures. We could do with a lot more money to spend on the A1 junction, but it's a significant challenge. But what we do is we look at the number of houses from that development, we look at all the other cumulative housing that's been approved and what's in the local plan. So we don't just look at in isolation, so we look at the whole lot. And when you look at this, if you say, right, you're going to have one lorry every 12 to 15 minutes, that does not qualify as a severe impact. Yes, it will add to the queue, but it's not a severe impact that we could say, yeah, that's not justifiable.
No, I'm just trying to envisage a HGV parked in the middle of that road waiting to turn right, and a car wanting to get round him, so he's going to have to drive into cycle lane, isn't he? Whereas if it's a normal car, like you said, that's waiting to turn right somewhere, the car that wants to go round him is not as wide, and he's not as wide, so he don't have to take up as much of that cycle lane. Because I know people don't look over the left shoulder when they're going that way.
The right turning vehicles, someone's not going to move into the cycle lane because the oncoming vehicles are coming towards them. So if you're coming down the hill and the lorry's going to turn right in, there's nowhere for anyone to go. It's similar to being behind a bus. So, yeah, you might want to get past, but there's nothing you can do. There's a large vehicle in your way, you just have to be patient. And that, I think that was the whole point of narrowing the road, is that people were taking chances of saying, right, I'm going to go for it. I'm going to force my way past. But because there's no space to do that, they're now in the position where their behaviour is such, yeah, they're frustrated, but they end up staying behind the vehicle. And it'll be something that in the long run, you come up behind a bus at a bus stop, what can you do other than wait? Whereas in other parts of the network where there's space, you see lots of people diving around it, but there isn't that on this road.
So there's not enough room. If a lorry's parked in the middle of the road waiting to turn right, he's waiting because there's oncoming traffic. There's not enough room for a car to go down inside of the lorry then?
No, and there's not enough room if there's a car turning right. So there isn't the space for a car either. Yeah. So it's basically if there's a vehicle on the road turning right, whether it's going into an estate or otherwise, you can't do anything. People will just have to wait until the vehicle's moved out the way.
Right. I thought there were enough room. I don't mean if he stays on the road, I mean if he decides to drive over a cycle lane. Is there enough room then?
No, I don't understand how a lorry turning right into the quarry could, how the cycle lane comes in.
Coming down like that, it's parked in the middle of the road. Car behind him wants to go round him. Is there enough room for him to go round him?
It's on that side of the road, there's no cycleway, that's the houses.
All right. Yeah, no problem. I thought it was both sides.
It's Chris first. Chris.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. I think this may be one for Roy. Wake up, Roy. I think the main thing that winds up the local residents is invariably, little experience I've got, is the site management plan. Now, we've mentioned dust. It says that they won't be quarrying on a windy day. Who decides it's windy? How windy has it got to be windy? And what measures are we going to take to stop them when it's windy? I've said before, wheel washing, strapping down vehicles, we know it won't happen. So it all boils down to enforcement. And we've had this on every development since I've been on this committee. It never happens. And there's no enforcement to it. Water quality into the Don. We've said clean water. Define clean water. Is it parts per million solids? I don't know. Your definition of clean water might not be mine. It all needs quantifying. So what do you reckon, Roy?
Thank you, Councillor. I'll take the last one first in relation to clean water into the Don. That's going to be a matter for the Environment Agency. The River Don is classed as a main river. It would require a permit from the Environment Agency before any discharge into the River Don. So they are the custodians of what is clean and what is not clean, but they will need to satisfy the Environment Agency on that matter. In relation to the dust management plan, I do take your point, Councillor, a visual inspection of the weather and who's going to decide whether it's too windy or not too windy or to carry on with the works. Regardless of which, condition 27 requires a dust management plan to be submitted and approved in writing by the MPA, the Mineral Planning Authority. There is a list there. It's not exhaustive, but it needs to include those measures. And ultimately, I can only agree with you, Councillor, that it is a point of properly enforcing adherence to the condition. If the site is too windy and we start to get dust complaints happening from nearby residents or users of the local public right-of-way and so on in the area, and those complaints are made, that is then where enforcement needs to step in, do investigation, ask to see their visual log that they need to be maintaining every working day, and if they're not, then enforcement action needs to be considered and whether it's expedient to take formal action. Thank you, Councillor.
Thank you, Roy.
Gerald?
Yeah, just for Steve, what's the speed limit on that road? What we're talking about, where they're going on to merge onto, what is the speed limit of that road? It's 40.
It was reduced from 50 at one point, and then obviously that was the challenge with trying to reduce speed. The challenge with just changing the speed limit is that it doesn't necessarily change behaviour, so sometimes you have to do measures to force the reduction in speed.
Yeah, it's just the concern about it coming out and turning left up a hill, that while I'm not saying it's temporary 8 years, but maybe looking at reducing the speed limit. I know you said not everybody abides by it, but reducing it to a 30 around that area would do you think it would help the situation a little bit?
It's not a lot different to a bus stopping at a bus stop, and it starts to accelerate going up the hill. There's a differential in speed. If there's no traffic on the road at that point, the bus has stopped, and someone's come through with no queuing, they'll be going significantly faster than the bus when it's setting off. I think it's just one of those. I wouldn't rule it out, but it would have to be justified while you're doing it. The problem with setting a speed limit that, say, nobody then takes any notice of is it just naturally creates more issues because people don't believe the speed limit's right. And we'd then have to do something that made the drivers go at 30. It's a maximum speed anyway. So you're coming out of that kind of area, and because of the congestion as well, it tends not to be that fast. Your bigger chance is outside the times when there's no congestion, which I don't think the quarry would be operating at anyway. So your evening, sort of into your 8 o'clock, so that's when there's less traffic around. That's when you're bigger risk, and particularly people driving inappropriately as well.
Yeah, just my point would have been that if we'd have reduced the speed on that particular piece of road for that area, because we have introduced speed limits in other areas of Doncaster where we put 30s in where it's dangerous and people have actually adhered to it. I just thought in that particular place for that time, reducing the speed would have assisted on the lorries, giving it more time to pull out and pick up speed. That was my point there.
I would say that the road safety team that has looked at this particular stretch of road over a number of years, I'm sure they will have considered 30 miles an hour irrespective of this particular sort of lorry sort of emerging. So I think I will raise it with them anyway and say that, it was raised in planning committee. Is there any consideration for this in the future if this happens? But I would expect that they've looked at the speed limit. What you want to avoid is not this constant changing of speed limits, because then you just create a problem with drivers about what speed should I be going. But sort of if they were doing 30 along there, I think they'd probably run that all the way through Conisbrough, and then that's when you sometimes get, well, you're creating congestion because you're making everybody go slower. It's finding the right balance, I think, with traffic and what's appropriate for what is an A road that connects Doncaster with Rotherham and with obviously Mexborough, Conisbrough, etc.
Hate to be a killjoy, but we've gone over 3 hours. Are we all right to carry on, everybody? Show of hands. Yep. If anybody has to leave, obviously you have to leave, but we've hit 3 hours, so I thought I'd give you opportunity. Anybody else got any questions? Just for me, really. There's a haulage yard at Top of Hill. So as the wagons are pulling out at Quarry and turning left to go to A1, about 400 or 500 yards up there on the right-hand side, there's an haulage yard. Does that show any problems with causing any problems with traffic?
I'm not aware of it, but I don't know what kind of movements they'd be doing. You know, whether it's one a week or one every day or whatever. This is obviously all we're considering here is what's in this application.
I'm more interested in is how A630 is affected by. I mean, them wagons are crossing the main carriageway to go to A1, and looking at yard there, I can see probably 20 parked up already. And you've just said there, we're looking at about how many loads per day is there going to be?
It's limited to 20 in and 20 out. So, but again, we've simplified the movements by only allowing travelling into the direction of the A1. I accept what you're saying at the top of the hill, but they've also got, again, the position they're coming out at, they've probably got a good view of both directions as well. Yeah.
So then there's one other thing then. So 20 in, 20 out, it's not going to be all 20 arriving at the same time. They're going to be staggered through day, and they'll all be leaving throughout day. And we've already, through Chris's admission, the wagons are probably going to take weight out at bottom of Conisbrough because the wagons are going to be replacing loads that are coming from a different quarry. So in all reality, when we're saying that there's extra wagons coming out of the north, they're going to take shorter distances. The only real risk is them turning onto highway. But when turning onto highway, where the bike path is, cycle path, you've got a path, cycle path, that road, oops. How much really extra room has the wagon got before it's actually on the highway? Because it'll be pulling across both of them before it pulls onto highway. How many extra yardage is that?
Well, the cycleway is 5 metres wide, and normally a footpath will be 2.5, 3 metres, if that. So it gets once it's got beyond onto the cycle path footway, it's then got plenty of view for pulling out. And like I say, it'll be designed in such a way that the vehicle moves out without having to go to the other side of the road to make the turn, because you can make it you make it a lot shallower so that you can make the manoeuvre.
I'm just talking to committee. So where we've pulled out, from what I understand of that road, is literally going to have full coverage, full sight in both directions, no hindrance other than if somebody on a push bike comes along. But other than that, everybody else is going to be clear both directions, yeah. Anybody else got to add?
It's just an observation, really. Like Rob said, I'd like to see a bit more in place for the cycle path, some more measures. And also, I think it's pretty clear the antisocial behaviour isn't going to stop on there, as it is at the minute. But I'd like to make sure the security measures are in place so residents aren't getting double whammy, the site work plus years more of the antisocial behaviour.
You've actually reminded me of something. It says that the site is going to be developed and also landscaped at the same time. So on that one, Roy, can you just expand on how they think they're going to be landscaping out as the development clears as well?
That'll be secured through a condition that's proposed in terms of providing a detailed working plan for the site. But the general principles in a quarry is you don't do all the work and then you do the restoration after the event. So it'll be doing the quarry faces first, restoring that. You'll get your top level done. You'll restore that. You'll work down into the bottom level. You'll restore that. So the restoration is always chasing the quarrying along.
And is that an opportunity for us to be able to reduce the ASB by trying to do the restoration in the areas where we know the bikes are coming on and off the quarry. So say, for example, it's the side along Sheffield Road. Is it somewhere we could say, let's do that bit first to reduce the access from the Sheffield Road into the site, and then what does come from anywhere else had already been naturally reduced because the main access has already been recovered and restored.
I can't see why that wouldn't be possible, Chair. I was also just looking on what Councillor Anderson mentioned, and you just must bear with me, but there is a condition to do with the cycle path and its protection, its reinstatement. Just trying to find it, sorry. There are a lot of conditions, which is a point I just want to mention, Chair, as well, just before you might decide to pull proceedings together. If anybody can help me find that condition to do with the cycle path. Two-way movements, access road, in, out. Condition 19. Prior to the commencement of mineral waste extraction, a scheme for the protection and reinstatement of the cycle path in the vicinity of the site access will be submitted to and approved in writing by the MPA in consultation with Highways. The scheme shall include a 10-metre wearing course, the positioning of any protective measures, proposed signage at the access cycle path interface. So that could be quite a broad thing. So we could start to maybe, I'm sure the agent and the applicant and officers have heard what your concerns are, but a scheme needs to be submitted to show how you're going to demarcate that area more clearly to prevent any possibility of any conflict. So that's something to consider. Thank you.
Steve.
It's just a quick one. Can you just assure everybody that it wouldn't extend beyond 8 years? Because sometimes, I mean, we know that quarries can come back and ask for an extension.
Very good question, Councillor. That has happened in the past. The application before you is a time-limited one for 8 years. Should any extension be required on that, that would require a variation of the condition, a Section 73 application, and officers are obviously well aware of the implications of this, so it would probably be one that would come back to Planning Committee for their consideration. But at this moment in time, this permission, if granted, would be for 8 years.
Before we go to vote, anybody else? Right, is there a proposal to grant planning... Sorry.
Thank you, Chair. I've just taken some legal advice, and one thing that I just want to draw to everybody's attention, I was listening very carefully to Councillor Reid's representation, and I was very conscious that there was some numbering disparity in your speech, and I've looked at, sorry, there was a lot that was being said, and I took some note. So all I would want to do is say that if it is a case of numbering and it's misnumbered, because there are a lot of conditions on here, should planning permission be granted, that officers would ensure that the condition numbers tally with what actually is required. I had a look at, I think you mentioned condition 3, for example, and there's a few condition references that just don't tally. It would just be changing numbering, not the substance of the condition or what it requires or the basis upon which the decision is being taken. Is that all right? Yeah.
Thanks for that, Roy. Right, so is there a proposal to grant planning permission subject to completion of a Section 106 agreement and the imposition of planning conditions?
And just to add, with those conditions being corrected, as Roy's suggested. Thank you.
Rob's going to propose it. Got a seconder?
I'll second it.
Yep, faked it out then. Fake. We'll get Gerald it. So can we have a vote then, please? All those in favour of it? Seven. Against? Just one. And the others have had to leave early, so, yep. So that means we've voted to approve the planning permission for application 07/00261. Thank you. Can I have 2 minutes to change over, everybody? Application number 3, 26/00311/FUL, change of use from dwelling house, use class C3A, to a children's home for 4 children or young people, use class C2, including erection of 2-storey and single-storey rear extensions to add 1 additional bedroom on the first floor and increase internal amenity space on the ground floor at Havelock House, Common Road, Conisbrough, Doncaster, DN12 2AQ. Holly, the planning case officer, will introduce this item. That's up to you, Holly.
Thank you, Chair, and good afternoon, everyone. This application seeks planning permission for the change of use of Havelock House to a children's home for 4 children or young people, including the erection of a 2-storey and single-storey rear extension. It's being presented to committee today as it's been called in by Councillor Rachel Reid, who will be speaking on the application. In terms of pre-committee amendments, we've had some additional comments received from both the South Yorkshire Architectural Liaison Officer and Children's Commissioning. South Yorkshire Architectural Liaison Officer have clarified that the recommendations in their response will apply given this application is for a new development where their original comments referred to the extension of an existing use. Children's Commissioning have provided additional comments highlighting the benefits of the location for the children's home, including low risk of absconding, lower risk of being exposed to substance misuse environments. Usually quieter and fewer external distractions can be therapeutic, which may support mental well-being and stress reduction, and a larger property with larger grounds leaves space for specialised facilities if required. So the site is a large 2-storey detached property on Common Road with vehicular access from Common Road with a 2-point entry-exit driveway, which allows for driving through and therefore forward-facing entry and exit. The rear garden is substantial and is bounded by a mix of hedging and fencing and is secured from the front by a lockable gate. The property sits in isolation with no neighbouring domestic dwellings. There is an industrial site to the northern boundary. The nearest residential developments are circa 600 metres along the north and south along Common Road. The closest large-scale residential development is the residential area of Conisbrough, circa 450 metres to the north along Common Road. The site is allocated as green belt as per the local plan. Previous plan permission was granted at the site in 2021 for the change of use of the existing dwelling to a children's care home for up to 3 children. However, this was never implemented. So this shows the front of the property as viewed from Common Road. This is the existing rear elevation where the extension is proposed. And these 2 photos show the 2 driveway entrance and exit points which have existing visibility displays. There is an extensive garden to the rear which is split into 2 parts. There is an amenity space immediately to the rear of the property of circa 250 square metres with further amenity space to the rear constituting about 890 square metres that would also be available for the use of future occupants. To the north of property, as mentioned, there is an industrial site. From a review of satellite imagery, this has been in use for what appears to be a scrap or reclamation yard since at least 2002. Upon site visit, it appeared that the land was operated by 2 separate businesses. A detailed review of the planning histories, including historic mapping, indicates that there is no planning permission in place, but as discussed, this has been in place for a significant amount of time. As mentioned, the dwelling does not have any immediate residential neighbours. These photographs were taken from the front of the site on Common Road to depict the relationship of the property to the nearest residential properties. The bungalow and the lodge are circa 600 metres to the north along Common Road,
and Briardine, circa 600 metres to the east along Common Road. So this is the site plan. During the course of the application, several amendments have been sought to, including amended parking design that accommodates the required spaces whilst remaining practical, an amended changeover hours to avoid staff movements outside of sociable hours. So this is the proposed ground floor plan. It shows the extent of the proposed extension, and then the existing layout has been altered to accommodate a utility room, manager room, boiler room, staff office, kitchen, lounge, dining room and second lounge. This is the proposed first floor plan. It shows the extent of the first floor extension with 5 bedrooms, each with their own ensuite. Each child will have their own bedroom, with the remaining bedroom being utilised for staff. This is the elevation plan, which clearly shows the proposed part 2-storey, part single-storey extension. In total, there have been 3 representations received towards the application. These are indicated on the map by the small red triangle on the top left of the image and the yellow circle towards the middle in the bottom. The 2 indicated on the plan are from residents, and then a further representation was received from Councillor Reid. The representations raise the following concerns regarding levels of crime and antisocial behaviour as a result of the proposed use, concerns regarding the visibility for cars accessing or egressing the site onto Common Road, ensuring that there are appropriate levels of parking on the site, impact on the character and area and greenbelt, whether the proposal would result in overdevelopment of the site, and negative impacts on residential amenity as a result of increased noise and comings and goings from the site. In terms of key considerations, as outlined within the committee report presented before members today, the proposal is considered to be appropriate within the greenbelt by virtue of its use, and the extensions would not result in disproportionate additions that would harm the openness and visual amenity of the greenbelt. There is no requirement in this instance to demonstrate very special circumstances. The design of the proposed extension is acceptable as responds well to the existing character of the dwelling in its use of similar materials and composition. The extension would also be subservient to the existing property, not be overwhelming or compromise the existing visual amenity that the dwelling affords. By virtue of the location of the proposed children's home, movement to and from the property, including access to local services and amenities, would require transportation by vehicle. Whilst this is not ideal, the benefits of the quieter location from the children's home has been clearly established by both the applicant and the Children's Commissioning, who have both emphasised the property's ability to provide a therapeutic environment for the children to live in, with controlled access to local amenities and services, which can aid with ensuring appropriate exposures and limit negative experiences within the community. The proposed parking provision on the site has been altered to accommodate 6 cars, which is in keeping with the level of staff proposed to be on the site at any given time. A condition is recommended to be added to any favourable decision to restrict staff numbers to no more than 5, in line with the proposed staffing arrangements of 4 care staff offering 1-to-1 staffing ratio and a manager or visiting professional. There are 2 entry points to the driveway, each including a visibility display, which would allow for forward-facing access and egress to the road and maximise visibility. In terms of future occupier amenity, the proposed care home is considered to be able to generously accommodate the living needs of the 4 intended children. The living arrangements have been assessed against the NDSS requirements, which are comfortably exceeded in this case. Furthermore, the extensive rear amenity space will provide excellent opportunity for outdoor activities for the children in the home. It is important to note that in regards to the industrial site to north, both the applicant and the Children's Commissioning have raised no concerns with regards to its relationship to the dwelling, and the consulted environmental health officer has also raised no concerns. In terms of amenity, there are no immediate residential neighbours to the property. Therefore, the proposed extension raises no concerns by virtue of potential overlooking or overshadowing, and the proposed C2 use is limited with regards to its potential impacts. The main concern is increased vehicular movements from the site during staff changeovers. Amendments to the proposal have been made to limit these changeovers between 7:30 and 7:30 a.m. and 6 p.m. to ensure that no vehicular movements are being made at unsociable hours that may disturb residents as staff are passing when arriving or leaving at the property. To facilitate this, it's proposed that any manager or visitor be at the property during usual office hours, and staff will work on a 24-hour rota basis, which further minimises the number of movements to and from the property. So overall, the development proposed does not constitute inappropriate development in the green belt. Substantial weight is given to the fact that the development is acceptable in terms of broad principles. The site is not in a sustainable location, but the suitability of the location in terms of benefits to the children in care afford neutral weight to this matter. The property is attached with no immediate neighbours, and through the control of staff numbers and comings and goings through condition, the proposed is not considered to impact neighbouring amenity. This is afforded substantial weight. Security measures will be implemented on site, and staff members will provide 24/7 supervision of the children, contributing to ensure that there will be no demonstrable impact on residential amenity and therefore afforded substantial weight in the planning balance. The proposal includes sufficient off-street parking in accordance with standards of this required use, and the nature and scale of the use would not give rise to any adverse impacts in terms of highway safety and is afforded substantial weight. The proposal is therefore presented for approval.
Thank you, Ollie. Right, we've received a request to speak from Mr. Philip Knight. Unfortunately, he's not been able to attend, so Councillor Rachel Reid's going to do his submission. So, same rule as normal for public, 5 minutes, and then you'll get a warning, okay? Over to you, Rachel.
I speak as a local resident. I want to make one thing absolutely clear from the outset. This objection is not about children in care. Vulnerable children deserve safe, secure homes and the very best care. My concern is whether this particular location is suitable for this proposed development. I respectfully ask members to consider 5 issues. The location. The Council's own planning policy team identified that this site is isolated on an unlit road with no pavements and suggested that a fresh assessment of whether it is suitable for a children's home was needed. The officer accepts there is conflict with planning policy but concludes it is acceptable because staff will transport the children. My question is simple. Does transporting children by car overcome the fact that this is an isolated rural location? Planning policy seeks developments that have safe access to services. I remain unconvinced that reliance on staff transport alone makes this location suitable, particularly given the level of supervision that would be required to safely manage children in such an isolated setting. Secondly, uncertainty over who the home will accommodate. The report now limits occupation to 4 children aged between 7 and 18 years. However, that is an extremely wide age range with very different needs. The applicant also refers to children with learning disabilities, autism, ADHD and other complex needs, whilst elsewhere referring more generally to emotional and behavioural needs. There is still considerable uncertainty about exactly what type of placements this home is intended to accommodate over its lifetime. Planning permission runs with the land. Members should be satisfied that they fully understand the nature of the use they are being asked to approve. Given the range of potential needs described, this raises important questions about the level of supervision required, how that supervision will be delivered in such an isolated location, and whether the site is realistically capable of supporting those needs safely and consistently. Thirdly, highway safety and cumulative traffic. This is not simply about parking spaces. The property sits on a sharp bend on common road with restricted visibility, no footpaths and no street lighting. In addition to 4 children and up to 5 staff, there will be management visits, social workers, healthcare professionals, Ofsted inspections, family visits, contractors and deliveries. Immediately next door is AWS Landscaping, an active commercial business generating its own vehicle movements. I do not believe the cumulative effect of all these movements on this narrow stretch of road has been fully assessed, particularly when factoring in the need for frequent staff movements to maintain appropriate supervision levels. Fourthly, the surrounding community. Whilst the property itself is relatively isolated, the nearest larger residential area is the Crookhill Road estate, which is predominantly made up of bungalows and has a significant older and retired population. This is a quiet residential community. I am not suggesting children in care create problems, most do not. However, the committee should be satisfied that the characteristics of the surrounding community has been properly considered when assessing whether this location is appropriate for the proposed use and whether residential amenity has been fully evaluated. Where higher levels of supervision may be required, members should consider how that would operate in practice and whether it could rise to additional activity or disturbance that has not been fully assessed. Finally, the consultation process. The original South Yorkshire Police consultation response clearly assumed the children's home was already operating. The officer's report acknowledges this was incorrect and confirms that clarification has had to be sought. That demonstrates that an important consultee originally considered the application on the wrong factual basis. I simply ask members to satisfy themselves that all consultees have now assessed the correct proposal. In conclusion, this decision is not about whether vulnerable children deserve good homes. They absolutely do. It is about whether this particular site is the right location. When all of the issues are considered together, the isolated location, uncertainty over the future operation of the home, the level of supervision that would be required and whether it can realistically be delivered here, cumulative traffic impacts including the neighbouring commercial business, the character of the nearby residential community and the consultation concerns, I believe there remains sufficient doubt to justify refusing this application. However, if members are minded to approve, I would strongly urge that robust and enforceable conditions are imposed to address these concerns, particularly around occupancy, staffing levels, supervision arrangements and the nature of placements to ensure that the use remains appropriate and does not intensify beyond what it has been assessed. Thank you, Chair.
3 seconds to go. Right, thank you, Mr. Knight. There's no point asking Mr. Knight any questions, so we'll let Rachel do her opposition as well, and then we'll ask questions after that, yeah? So, see, I don't know if Rachel will be able to answer your question, but yeah, you can try it, go on.
I just want to know if I heard it right. I realise that you're doing it on behalf of Mr. Knight. But in one sentence, I heard it was too isolated. Then in another sentence, did I hear it was too near the nearest residential area? I may have heard it completely wrong, but...
For what I can recall, it is kind of isolated, but whether it's just referring to the neighbouring houses that's there, I presume so. But you've kind of got, you go up Crookhill Road and that is quite a busy residential area, and then you sort of go off then onto, it kind of takes you to Common Road, and it is pretty isolated, I would say. Okay.
Right then, Rachel, you can put your other hat on now. Go.
Thank you for allowing me to speak as a ward councillor. I want to begin by saying that my objection is not to children in care or to children's homes. Vulnerable children deserve safe, high-quality accommodation where they can thrive. My objection relates solely to whether this proposal is appropriate in this location and whether sufficient planning information is available to members before making a decision. Following concerns raised by residents, I contacted planning officers to better understand whether the concentration of children's homes and similar supported accommodation in the area had been considered. I was advised that no cumulative impact assessment had been undertaken because there is currently no adopted local plan policy restricting the number or location of the children's homes. While I accept that position, I was also informed that the planning policy team had been asked to consider whether such a policy should be developed as part of the new local plan. That tells me that this is an issue that the council itself recognises may require consideration in the future. I was also informed that children's commissioning services do not believe there is an oversaturation of children's homes in the area for their operational purposes. However, I respectfully suggest that commissioning need and planning impact are not necessarily the same thing. Planning Committee must consider the effect of development on the local area, neighbouring residents and the character of the community. I've today received information that the Children's Commissioning Services have confirmed that there is already 6 children's residential homes and eight 16+ supported accommodation services within Conisbrough and Dennerby. I believe members should have the opportunity to properly consider the cumulative impact of this existing level of provision before determining this application. In addition to those wider concerns, residents have raised issues regarding the increased intensity of the use, the proposed extension to the property, parking, staff movements and the overall impact on what is a residential neighbourhood. These are all material planning considerations that deserve careful scrutiny. As ward councillor, I have listened carefully to residents. Their concern is not whether vulnerable children should be supported, they absolutely should be. The concern is whether this particular proposal in this particular location has been assessed with the full evidence before members. In my view, the committee should be very cautious about determining the application while information about the existing concentration of children's homes and supported... Oh, sorry, I do apologise, I've just ignored that bit. I therefore ask members to give serious consideration to deferring the application until the full information is available and can be properly assessed. If members are satisfied on the evidence before them that the proposal would cause unacceptable planning impacts through intensification of use, parking pressure, staff movements, extension of the property or harm to residential amenity, then I ask that the application be refused. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Rachel. Has any of the committee got questions to ask? Gerald?
Yeah, Rachel, you know you said there's not a village nearby. Is there shops and amenities up there? Or is it just houses?
Yeah, just residential houses.
Anyone else got any? Right, thank you, Rachel. Right, we've now got a request to speak from Mr. Sandeep Manatala. Thank you. Speaking in support of the application, this is now your opportunity to address the committee for up to 5 minutes. Please press a large rectangular button to start, and when you're ready, or when you're finished, press it again. And I'll give you 1 minute's notice if it looks like you're going to
Thank you, Chair.
Thank you.
Thank you, Chair, and the committee members for allowing me and my family the opportunity to present our case today. To provide a home for your young people in the local area. These are children who, due to a variety of complex reasons and a background of trauma and through difficult societal circumstances, need a home to feel safe, loved and cared for. And we believe our company is the best place for young people with these challenges to find a place to call home. We are an experienced family-owned organisation that has been providing care for young people for over 20 years. When as an organisation based offshore, we are here in your community providing local employment and working in partnership with local councils across the region. We have become the largest single family owned children's home company in the UK, with 19 children's homes. 95% of them are rated good or outstanding by Ofsted. That is the result of 2 decades of genuine commitment to vulnerable young people. We have not come to this area randomly. We have been asked to come here by Doncaster Children's Services. We always give first preference of occupancy to local young people from local authorities, keeping children close to their families and communities. Our mission is to keep local children local. And that commitment is reflected in the formal response from Doncaster Children's Commissioning to this application. They confirmed that they have already commissioned with us, that they know us, they have a long-standing relationship of placements with us, and they want us to be here. We have a wide range of young people that we look after across our organisation, and we have the skills and expertise to be able to look after a wide range of young people. And depending on the young people that Doncaster Children's Services have at the moment in time to place, we are able to adapt our care for that, depending on what the need is in that moment. They have confirmed that despite other areas and other homes in the area Havelock House does not represent a saturation of provision. Ofsted have told us that our young people achieve the best outcomes compared to other homes in terms of employment, education, and well-being. That gives us both the confidence and the responsibility to care for more young people. Havelock House will home 4 young people who, with the right nurturing environment around them, can flourish and become positive members of your community and will integrate naturally into local life. Our property is situated away from other neighbouring properties, has its own driveway and its own access, and meets the need and standards of children's homes. Each young people will have their own room, their own ensuite, their own space. Locally, we have no children living near us. We have done this before and have done it in Doncaster. And we already have Doncaster young people in our homes. With the context of the local area, this is not an area that has a high crime rate compared with Doncaster as a whole, and the South Yorkshire Police Liaison Officer has assessed this both now and in 2021 when we had the previous application granted. We employ 350 staff across the East Midlands, Staffordshire and Yorkshire, and we currently employ 20 people locally to Doncaster and want to create more local employment. In collaboration with Doncaster Children's Social Services and Ofsted regulations, these young people will always be on a 1-to-1 staffing ratio, and the property has space to achieve that.
1 minute.
Of course. This home will accommodate 4 young people supported by experienced staff with clear behaviour management procedures and strong safeguarding arrangements. We are not a distant organisation, and if you have concerns, please come directly to us. We are local, accessible and accountable. We have adapted our proposals in line with the officer's recommendation, and we remain open to any further suggestions from this committee. I'm grateful for the officer's recommendation, and I hope this committee will give us the opportunity to look after local vulnerable children. Thank you.
Thank you. Would any of the committee members like to ask a question? Gerald first.
Yeah, the service requiring getting these children to school and to town centres, how would you cover that? How would you do that? Would you be looking at the council using our funding to taxi them to schools? Would you be doing it yourself? And with the children, the mental state, because you are in the middle of nowhere, how would you go about meeting their needs? If they want to go into Doncaster, you can't just drop everything for them. There's no bus route. I think it might encourage them to leave the premises. There's no pavements. It's a road. There's nothing there for them. Mentally, it could isolation could be a detriment for them rather than being positive.
Yeah, thank you for your question, Councillor. In our current homes that we have, some of them are rural and isolated, and we have staff members who take them to either shopping centres or different amenities by our own internal transport. So each home has a couple of cars that we'll use to transport them to local areas. So there are local areas, I think we've had it in one of the questions that I sent Holly, in terms of different places that we can take the young people to if they want to go to amenities or anything locally. In terms of your question, in terms of mental health and being able to, what do they do if they feel isolated? Our staff are trained with PACE, and we've got a framework that we can support mentally. So then we have on-site counsellors if needed to come and look after our young people. So there's definitely space and room for them to access that within the home. And if we need to take them places, then we have the ability to do that. I hope that answers your question. My father can answer anything extra that I've missed. He's the CEO, if that helps. Do you want to add into anything?
Yeah, I'm just going back to the education side, the getting them to schools and back. If you've got 4 children, do you have 4 separate people? Do you know, because the different age groups, one might be different school there, a different school there. how would you accommodate them kids rather than rely on the authority, our authority to ship them, to move them about to schools?
So to make it clear, we will move them about to school. We will take the responsibility for ourselves. We won't ask them to go for taxis, things like that. Our staff member would take them to local schools, and if needed, we have our own education where they can go to. Does that answer your question?
It does it to a degree, but if you've got so many staff, if you've got different children at different times want to go here, because some might want to go out, some might not want to go out. You might want two to different times a day. Now, are you tolerant on that, or would you be saying no? We all go out as a group, or is it because we're looking at the children's needs here, and you are isolated? So the tolerance has got to be if one wants to go out, they can do that without fear of any arguments.
So I think please forgive us with this tag team arrangement between father and son, but we try to train him as well to do the presentations. Okay, I think we have a registered DFES school. Okay, we have a school registered in a 19-acre farm, but our motive is that children should be attending mainstream school, okay, so that they have social interaction. What we find is that when they first come to us, some of the children have not been to school for a number of years. So it's a gradual process. It's not a once forever fit. So many a times we have a satellite education system so out of 19 operating homes, about 16 are already rural. And what we find is that we have a satellite school education facility in those homes. So our teacher goes there and engages with them. But we don't want to rest there, because to isolate a child simply to tease them back into education is not the best outcome. The point is to get them to mainstream, and that could be 2 or 3 steps. So one, on-site education, then integrate them to our own school. But even then, we want them to be mainstream. But it really depends on the cohort. It really depends on how they present themselves. So we are not premeditated in what type of child we are going to take, because we are going to depend on what is the need of the local authority. We're not here saying we are selling apples, you don't want to buy them, tough cookie. We are here to say you've invited us in this area, we've dialogued with you on sufficiency, we've dialogued with you on what are your needs, and we will then adopt to fulfill those needs. But the initial cohort that starts then dictates the nature of the child. Sorry if I'm if I'm expanding the answer, but each home has sufficient vehicles given to them so that each child can go wherever they need. Now that doesn't mean 4 cars, but that does mean enough vehicles for the child, for them to go swimming, for them to go various clubs after school, etc. They're all provided for. I do want to make a boastful statement. So Ofsted have done a survey of the top 40 care providers. We are 17th or 18th in the country. We are not the top in terms of employment and homes, okay? But we are the top in terms of outcomes. Okay, and that is a statement which I'm quite proud of. Sorry.
And I commend you for that. But I'm looking at the fact that, so I mean, when they come to yourselves, it's in-house schooling. So you feel that they're ready, or you take them to local authority schools straight away as soon as possible? Because what you're saying is that you have a teacher that is satellite linked to all your homes. So you've got different age groups, different types of learning. Some are more advanced. So how many teachers do you have for this satellite training? Because obviously, you know, we all know there's different levels in schools. So if you've got one dealing with the education, you could have 2 or 3 that's not up to scratch what the others are. So do you bring in a separate teacher which will cover those? Because it's not making sense to me how you could educate different levels of knowledge to these children if you're just doing it by one satellite.
I understand your concern. The real answer is the school is independent and is rated outstanding and good independently. So we meet that requirement. But you're absolutely right. Each child presents their own unique educational needs. And when they evaluate us as a school, they have graded us good, i.e., we are meeting the needs of each child. What you're asking me to do, give you an answer specifically what the home will be. The answer I'm giving you is we will make sure that the needs of each child are met, because that is our obligation under the placement agreement, both with the local authority as well as with Ofsted. So if they've dictated that these are the needs of the child in terms of education, it is our duty to fulfill and meet those needs. Now, some of them may. So I'm not giving you the clarity you're seeking, but I'm giving you greater clarity. Our importance is to make sure that the need of the child is met. Now, there is no one size fit all, but we have the capacity and the resources to change and the infrastructure to adopt accordingly. So if the child can be within our education needs for a few months so that they can be integrated into mainstream, that is what we will do. If the child can go straight away mainstream, that is brilliant. Okay? But if the child doesn't even engage with our satellite, then my staff and my teachers are trained to see how they can be engaged elsewhere. So I don't want to monopolize, but we run something called PI education, personal interest education. Play with the word PI because it's educationally a symbol. So sometimes if the child is not engaging with education, maths, English, whatever, then you see what is their primary interest. So without wasting your time, if somebody interested in skateboard, then we'll say, okay, let's teach you how to make a skateboard, right? The wheels are centrifugal focus, yeah? So that is physics. The wood has to bend. That is chemistry and artwork, okay? And, you know, so you engage with the child according to the interest and add education to it. Now, if somebody is a high achiever, I don't need to do that. They can go straight into mainstream. So in a way, sir, what I'm trying to say to you is you adopt according to the presentation and the need of the child. And that is why we are regarded by Ofsted as being top in terms of outcomes.
So I'm getting what you're saying, but what have you got on site at that particular establishment? If you've got, say, you've got the 4 children, three children are doing quite well. One, and I know some of them come from a difficult background. Have you got somebody on site to support them? If you may get a child that is disruptive, aggressive. How would you manage that child? Being you're isolated, you've got a teacher there, what's educating the satellite, but you've got one of them that is a little bit, you know, is unruly or difficult. How do you deal with that situation? Do you have somebody there for them?
So I've been dealing with that situation for the last 22 years. We are not isolated. We have another home in Doncaster. That is why we are coupling so that there is support system. The organization employs 350 people in care. So I always have staff that I can allocate. And it is not as far away as you think it is, because the nearest home is, junction 28, 29 on the M1.
New Rossington.
Yeah, so we're not that far away. I have enough resource to make sure that if we need support staff to go from 1-to-1 to 2-to-1, then there is enough support staff to do that. Sorry,
Yeah, my point is,
Gerald, I think we've exhausted that one. I think is made it clear that whatever happens...
I'm just making sure that if they've got the people on site to facilitate a child,
yes,
that
sir.
is a little bit...
This is Ofsted who needs to worry about that.
Yeah,
we're
but
doing planning application. Planning application says that.
But just
Is
to
it
answer your
gonna be
question,
suitable
sir,
for it?
Yeah, but my point is, Neil, they said it's in
there's
the
one at a
house
time. One speaker
education.
at a time. One speaker at a time. So I'll just finish off first. What I'm saying to you is, I think he's answered that whatever any child needs in terms of resource, they're going to get it. And if they don't get it, then we'll take the contract off them. So from that point of view, that's what he basically said to us. But going back to what we said about the planning consideration, the question is, being remote, is that appropriate? He's got 17 businesses that already do it remote. Does he know what he's doing? It sounds to me like he's got a fair idea what he's doing. Have we asked the questions that are planning related, material related? That's what we're doing now. So I think you've asked that question. We've killed it off.
I'll just elaborate. So
I think you've answered your question. Yeah, Steve.
Thank you. It's not a question. It's a statement, and it is. Thank you very much for making a brilliant application. Thank you for putting Doncaster people first. Thank you for employing Doncaster people, and good luck.
Bob.
Thank you, sir.
Firstly, for me personally, I'm delighted to see that you've put office space in there. I'm just checking, you said a 1-to-1 ratio. Will that include night time during the night? Will that be a 1-to-1 ratio? No?
Sir, I think the whole point is to enable and create, even if it is an artificial system, to try to emulate a normal home. Okay? So generally we work as follows. If heightened behavior, then there is 1 vacant or 2 vacant staff. If there's not heightened behavior and the home is stable and the home is behaving as if they don't need a vacant staff, then there would be 2 sleep-in. Okay? But as the occupancy increases, you increase staffing accordingly. We are not we're not confined that this is the formula. No. You adopt according to the need of the child, the presentation of the child. So at times, the child is booked to see their parent. 5 minutes before they're supposed to leave, the parent rings and says, meeting cancelled. The child will have behavioral expression of disappointment, anger. And the manager would be wise enough to say, I can see this brewing. I need extra staffing for tonight. And my job, or my care director's job, is to make sure that that is available to us. Okay? So anyway, I know I'm giving you answers that you can't kind of fix on. But what I'm trying to say to you is, having done it for this long, having received the accolade that we are a company that is the top in the top 40 in terms of outcomes, with 19 current homes and 3 supported living homes, I don't want to seek self-praise, but we got this. We got this in terms of what is needing to be done. And we haven't come here for profiteering. We've been invited by the local authority. There is sufficiency. But they're saying, no, we want you here. We would like you to be here. And to some extent, that is why we have purchased and developed that property. So have I answered your question, or have I just...
One more. Just one more. You've got quite a large garden there. I wouldn't say it's isolated. It's fairly isolated, but I wouldn't say isolated. Is there any plans for that garden? Because it's a large garden for the children.
I can.
The previous owner was breeding
Kennels, isn't it?
yeah, it was a kennels, but he was breeding a particular type of dog. I think it's a royal breed. Okay, we have thought about many ideas whether we could grow
We can
vegetables of But I think
thing.
ultimately the lady who runs my farm has said that it may have the building, but it hasn't got the natural light. So in fact, we are going to convert that into some form of play area. We will see, a therapeutic garden. We'll adopt it for something. Something good will be done there.
Thank you. I just want to say, like Steve, thanks for explaining everything brilliantly. Yeah. So thank you.
Dave, you're next.
Thank you. It's good to see what your model is. And the only question I have to ask you is, do you have in mind to have consistency of staff that are trained suitably for the children that should come to visit and stay? Continuity of regular staff, not in other words, not having somebody who's there for a week and gone next week. It's continuity that's, would be appreciated. It's beyond our control, but would be appreciated.
So we will have continuity of staff, but the reality is this, that this profession, this this sector has approximately 15% turnaround every year, okay? Because people start with us, and so you are going to have between 10 to 15% churn. But what we don't have is staffing with locum staff. Now, they will come in if there is a need. We have our own bank, we have our own training center. Okay, so all of that would be, it's not new face through agency every day.
No, thank you for your response.
Just a quick one from me. I noticed on your website you've got 3 different types of homes: solo homes, dual homes, complex need homes. How do you see this one fitting into them 3 categories?
So this would be a complex need home. So with 4 young people, hopefully approved. Again, like I said, Doncaster Children's Services and their commissioning team will work in collaboration with them to ensure we're placing their young people, your young people, within our home. So it'll be complex needs. Hope that answers your question, Chair.
Is it all going to be same sex? Because I notice on your other homes that you also have 4 female, 4 male. Is it along that line, or how's that going to work out?
It's slightly better than that. There's always a father figure, a mother figure. It doesn't need to be male, female. Young people.
Yes.
The actual children, are they going to be same sex, or are they going to be a mix?
Can I answer?
Sure.
So we start off with it being a mixed sex, but I think depending again on the need of Doncaster Children's Services, if they feel in collaboration with them, actually the need is for there to be more males to be placed locally, we'll adjust accordingly. So yeah, hope that answers the question.
Yeah, that's fine. Anybody else got before we leave this one? Right, is any officers want to matter of fact on this one?
Chair, just very briefly to reiterate the point you made a moment ago about the considerations that we're making in the determination of the application need to be based on land use considerations and adopted local plan policy. And in respect of local plan policy, just to remind you all that at this point in time, our adopted plan does not include any policy relating to over concentration or position or location of children's homes. So that couldn't be a determinative factor in your considerations today. And just to clarify the point raised around South Yorkshire Police's comments, you'll see in your pre-committee amendments that they've confirmed that their response remains unchanged now that they understand that the previous permission hadn't been implemented, subject to the condition that they've recommended. And just in terms of the point raised on highway safety and cumulative traffic impacts, again, the highways officer has come back and given his technical advice stating that there wouldn't be an adverse impact on the highway. And as you know, great weight to that advice as the technical expert on those matters. Lastly, I would say Kerry Blake has waited very patiently for very many hours while we've gone through this afternoon, and she's from the Children's Commissioning team. So if you do have any questions for her, I'm sure she'd be delighted to say something, but otherwise I'll leave it there. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Anybody got anything to ask? No. My one question, it's regarding Appendix 1, school places. And I'm sure Councillor Reid said that there's 6, 7, 8 children's home in Conisbrough, Denby area. Now, taking that into consideration and reading what's come back from education regarding places, sufficient capacity to accommodate up to 5 additional pupils across all year groups. If we've got 6, 7, 8 different children's homes already, how are we looking for school places?
Oh, apologies, I don't quite understand your question.
We've got an appendix that's been added to the planning. Have you got that, yeah? And when you look at Appendix 1, it talks about spaces in schools. Now, there's been a lot of questions about educational spaces just for new build properties planning. And I do know from my past knowledge of schools and what have you that all schools have like a plan to hold so many spaces just in case children's services need them in emergency. Now, reading this, it says that it's okay to accommodate 5 pupils, but we've just heard from Councillor Reid that there's actually, I'm looking for 8 children's homes across Conisbrough and Denby.
Children's residential homes, we've got 6, and the 16 plus supported accommodation, we've got 8.
Right, so if we take that into consideration in terms of school places, if all them children's homes assuming that there's 3 in each one, we'll just average it because there'll be some or 2, this is looking at 4, how will that affect the pyramid in terms of having availability for all them kids from the 6 children's homes all at the same time in one area, not just this one on the applicants?
The other homes, the children are already resident, so they're already accommodated within schools. So, and the feedback from this is to say that there is enough room for, should the home be full from day one, there are those enough, sufficient places for them all to be accommodated within the schools.
Right, I think I'm missing a point on this. And so what I'm getting at is that we've got mainstream, 30 kids a class, just keep numbers simple. And the school says we're going to keep 3 places spare in each year for children's homes. If we've already got 6 children's homes that are open now with 3 children in each, them 3 spaces that are free are already being took. A school can't turn around and say, oh, well, reduce it down to 24 now to allow for 3 spaces, can they?
I'm not an expert on school places, so apologies, but it doesn't work. It doesn't work like that. Initially, we would want children from children's homes to go to mainstream school. If the school has got capacity to take them, then they will take them. If they can't be accommodated because of need, we would look for an alternative provision. But in this case, what education is saying is there is room for those children. So the other children from the children's homes, they already have places. They're already at the schools in the area, and there isn't a set number reserved for those young people. Not a set number of places reserved for those young people.
I think I get what you're saying. Probably some of that we'll ask education on another occasion. Has anybody else got any more questions? Gerald?
Just to Kerry, have you come across this satellite teaching before? Have you know, as they said that they have a teacher that is linked. Have you come across that? And if you have, how do you perceive it working? How does it work?
Again, this is a little bit out of my wheelhouse for commissioning, but I understand that when you say satellite, you mean you're a professional who is able to drop into the school and teach that child or those children according to what their needs are. But that's but what you're saying, what the providers are saying, is that in most cases they would want those children to go to mainstream school. So the satellite would be a further down the line option. If they weren't going to engage at all with education, then again they would look at the activity-based, interest-based learning. So
you've not actually come across anything like that before, then? I understand the concept of what they say, but yourself, have you ever come across it?
We have a framework that has similar options, you know, like one-to-one tuition where it's needed, or we have alternative provision, which is different, but it's for young people who want to do something who aren't coping very well in schools, who want to do something maybe more vocational. So yes, we you know, their model is slightly different, but it's along those lines.
Just to clarify, Gerald, when they talk about satellite, the teacher visits the home and he educates the person in the actual home. Yeah. And what he's trying to say is that because he's got a teacher available, if there comes an opportunity that a child can't be took to mainstream or whatever else, then they'll put their own teacher in to try and get him educated to start with, and then hopefully get him into his next state, what he were after. I don't think he means he's doing it all online or all like that. Anybody else got out to add? No, right. I think we need to get this one to bed. Right. Is there a proposal to reject the plan? Grant planning permission subject to the imposition of planning conditions. Is there a mover? I'll give you it, Bob. Who's seconding it? Glyn seconding it. Right, so can we move to vote? Please indicate by raising your hand. Everybody for the proposal. 5. Anyone against it? 1. Nobody to abstain. So, just to confirm, the planning permission for 26/00311/FUL has been approved. Thank you very much for your time. Application number 4, 25/01408/FULM, Rural Leisure Centre, including man-made lake, trim trail, tennis courts, cafe, changing facilities, shower toilet block, camping and touring caravan pitches, 7 holiday log cabins and car parking, being variation of condition 2 of plan application 20/00619/FULM, granted on 28/6/2023, approved plans at land south of Hayfield Lane, Oakley. Emma Keefe, the planning officer, will introduce this item. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. Planning permission for the development of the site as a rural leisure centre and all associated development has already been granted under the planning reference that Chair just cited, and the development has commenced on site in accordance with that planning permission. This application seeks minor amendments to the use, internal layout and appearance of the approved reception and changing room building under the provisions of Section 73 of the Town and Country Planning Act, which provides the relevant legislation to allow for amendments to be made in this way following the grant of a planning permission. So it's important to have in your minds as you consider this application that we can only look at the proposed changes to the approved scheme. It's not possible to reopen the wider merits of the case. Your consideration must solely be on whether the changes sought are acceptable in planning terms. In terms of pre-committee amendments, you'll see that there have been updates to the plan numbers and trigger points in some of the conditions to reflect the fact that this building is now under construction, which is permissible within the terms of the current planning permission because that building does have permission. And you will also see that Mr Tom Lewis, the applicant, has requested to speak in support of the application and will be available to answer any questions that you might have. Councillor Steve Cox, who called the application to committee, has also requested to speak to explain the reasons for the call-in. So moving on to the site itself, it's located within the designated countryside policy area, but as I say, the leisure use and the associated built development has been established through the previous grant of permission. In terms of the site layout, this is what's been approved across the site on your screens now. Some elements have already been implemented, such as the lake, car parking, the cafe and other incidental development across the site. I've mentioned in my report the paddle court building sitting over the area where the approved tennis courts are shown. This is subject to a separate planning application currently under assessment and can play no part in the decision you take today on this application. The paddle court will be duly considered against local plan policy and determined in due course. The building subject of this application is located in the northern portion of the site, adjacent to the car park, as highlighted on the slide. The position of the building remains unchanged from that previously approved, and the building can still be constructed under that previous planning permission. As I say, indeed, the frame is already on site. So the approved internal layout of the building is set out here. It incorporated a garage and maintenance area, changing rooms, an office and a reception area with kiosk. The applicant no longer needs the garage and maintenance area and therefore proposes to use the building in a different way. And this is how it's proposed to be used through this application, with the garage and maintenance area removed, given over to a gym, with the changing rooms reconfigured to be accessed off of the centrally located reception area, and then with direct internal access provided to the gym itself from each of those changing rooms. The report explains that the changes proposed to the use of the building are acceptable in planning terms and would not give rise to any additional impacts beyond those already assessed and found to be acceptable through the grant of the original planning permission. Changes in terms of the layout of the building results in some consequential minor changes to the appearance of the building externally through the reconfiguration of windows and doors to serve the new layout, as can be seen here. So this is approved versus what's now proposed, but overall these are considered to be minor in nature and again present no new planning issues. And then just to follow that through to the rear, as you can see, there's no longer a need for the roller shutter doors that would have provided access to the garage and maintenance area. Instead, a pair of doors into the back of the gym area are proposed there. And to the side elevations, the inclusion of windows to serve the gym where previously they weren't present, but then fewer openings on the other side elevations to account for the new position of the changing rooms and the central position of the reception area. So just to give you an indication of that on the ground, the building, as I say, is under construction, and this is the front of that building when viewed from the adjacent car park. And then the view of the building from the south looking north with the lake behind the photograph taker. And then looking back in the opposite direction towards the lake itself, you can just in the distance see the cafe building that's been constructed, and then you can also see down the sides of the pathway the landscaping already taking shape there. So just turning to planning conditions briefly, there is discussion within the report explaining how we must deal with planning conditions when we're determining a Section 73 application. I won't repeat in any detail here other than to highlight what's on the slide. So we must reinstate all conditions, original, amended and unchanged, to ensure the permission is precise and remains enforceable. It would be unreasonable for us to impose additional conditions to bring under control other aspects of the development which are not previously controlled by condition, but it is perfectly reasonable to review those conditions imposed, especially in light of all relevant material planning considerations to secure quality of development and necessary mitigation, which is what we've done in this case. So that exercise is set out in full at paragraph 7.27 to 733 in respect of contamination. So that's at pages 141 to 144 of your papers. And then more generally in terms of other conditions at paragraph 7.39 to 7.46, and that's at pages 144 and 146. So So touching briefly on the requirements of condition 3, which relates to contamination, during the assessment of this application, new information came to light about remediation across the site, which we'd not been able to verify from the information held. That's material to the consideration of the current application, and therefore we've considered it appropriate to impose a new condition or recommend that a new condition is imposed requiring further testing to be carried out and an appropriate remediation strategy to be submitted should it be found necessary. What this does is give us a much greater degree of control over the situation and allows the matter to be further assessed in a proportionate way. And then if that condition was breached at any time in the future, then that would be a matter for planning enforcement to address. The recommendation as set out in condition 3, the updated version, is in the pre-committee amendments, and that changes the trigger point for compliance, because previously we'd said upon a completion of the roof, you need to submit the details, but the roof, as you've seen from the photographs, is in situ, so we've changed that to completion to the walls instead. And what that does is still give us the necessary surety that the testing can be carried out in a timely manner and that the condition can be complied with. And just for members' further awareness in this respect, just yesterday the applicant sent through information indicating that further testing had actually been carried out in anticipation of this condition. And so what we would need to do in granting, if this planning permission is granted, the applicant would be required to submit that testing in line with the requirements of the condition, but hopefully it gives an indication that the applicants understood and recognised the need for that further work to be undertaken and gives some reassurance in that respect. So in terms of overall conclusions, the site has planning permission for the use and buildings under construction. This application only requires consideration of the proposed changes to the changing room and reception building, nothing more. And in that respect, these changes are minor and create no further impacts beyond those previously assessed. Granting this application also affords us the opportunity to resolve concerns with regards to contamination and any further necessary remediation that might be required. All other matters controlled by condition previously will be carried forward where needed to ensure control overall is not lost, and it's on this basis that recommendation before you is to grant planning permission subject to the imposition of conditions. Thank you.
Thank you, Emma. We've received a request to speak from Councillor Steve Cox to the application. He's the ward member. This is now your opportunity to address the committee for 10 minutes, Steve. Please press a large button. I'll give you a minute before we're going to cut you off.
It won't be 10 minutes. I've wanted to just give a reason why I've asked for it to come before committee. And a lot of it now is being addressed within the conditions, which I'm very, very pleased with. Thank you, Emma. Now, all we've ever asked for is that contamination and where it is and where it's measured. And that has been it from the very beginning. We asked enforcement to go and have a look. They said they couldn't find it. We've sat with senior directors and they've said, where is this application site? We've put it on Google Earth and they've said, well, we don't know where it is. It's that one with that tarmacking. And these are senior directors. The applicant is obviously who wants to run his business. All we've ever wanted to know is what the measure is of contamination. If there isn't any, absolutely fine, but just show us. And we've never seen it. We've had the questions of where did the spoil go? Where did that go? We were told it was taken away from site, then we were told it were on site. Then again, we directors, they said it was taken away to this site. Well, that site closed. It wasn't open. We've had all this stuff, and I'm not blaming or saying anything against the applicant. What I'm lost with is how we brought an issue in, how we've addressed that issue with us as elected members, that we have been trying to address an issue that might be, or might have been, a potential pollutant to the River Torn, when we just don't know. There's no evidence to show us. And all we've had is pushback and pushback and pushback. So I'm really, really pleased, like I said, Emma, and thank you, because I know you've worked very, very hard. And thank you, Roy. You've worked very, very hard. But I just don't want, please, don't let anything like this happen again. Because we are there to try and support. We are, all we're trying to do is, if residents are coming to us and saying, there's a problem here, we're trying to get an answer to get back to them. And it's got to now, to me asking it to come here after a very long day, and I'm sorry everybody, but that, I just wanted to say that. Thank you.
Cheers, Steve. Has anybody got out to say to Steve? Gerald?
So, with what's in place now, Steve, would you say you're satisfied with everything that's been put before you?
I'm happy with the conditions so long as they are enforced. And that's it. And that's no detriment to you. It is just the things, they need to be enforced. Because we see a lot of applications come forward, and Roy knows that I do take a tendency of looking at surface water drainage and where it's going to go and where it does. Now, it could be that at some point in time there's a contaminant found within that water. It may or not may not be the lake, but we don't know. But if we've got that measure, we know exactly where it is. We asked Environment Agency to look at it. We didn't really get much of a response back from them. So all we're trying to do is protect the environment and the people that are using it. So if these conditions can do that and they are enforceable, absolutely fine.
Anyone else got to add? So I'll just ask one. So this land, how long have you been aware that there's been contaminants there on the land?
I think the first application went in 2020, all right, about there. And then there started being storage of tarmac chippings on that land while it was pending development. All we'd wanted to know is, where did they go? So we started this journey at the very beginning when they were on site. And that basically, Chair, is it. All we've ever wanted to know is, where did they go? Show us the tickets. Tell us where it went. Just show us, and then put our minds at rest that it's not there or it's been cleaned. The other ones were, at the same time, we were asking, what happens? What is the process within the authority that tarmac chippings or tarmac dressing off of paths are taken away? Where do they go? What happens to them? Where are they cleaned? Where are they disposed of? What happens? We never got that answer. So it's just peace of mind for the people that are using it, and, you know, that's it, really. But, yeah, from the very beginning.
Right, and then, so the aquifer that you've got on here, that's basically your water supply for that side of Doncaster. You're taking it out to like boreholes and what have you on that side of Doncaster. Is that right? Is it water extracted from boreholes in that area? So that's what your concern is with the environmental impact of it?
No, it's not the extraction of the water. I believe that the water were filled up through, the lake were filled up through Bowser. It's that water that leaves the surface water. All of the other water that's being dispersed is the surface water that's penetrating the side, the bonding. Where's that going? What's that doing? It's that kind of stuff that we're not causing a health issue for the people that use it, and we're not causing a pollutant to get away through, it's either captured in a filtration system or it's managed one way or another. It's just that, and it's always been that.
So, going back to what Joe said, the condition that Emma's identified regarding there's no further work takes place on that building until we've identified where any contaminated waste might be, effectively answers your question there. It means that we're not going to add to the problem. We're hopefully going to nip it in bud. Right, okay, thank you. Hotels for us, Steve, anybody? Thank you, Steve. So we've had a request to speak from Mr. Tom Lewis, who's the applicant. Yep. Again, you've got a a rectangular button. If you press it to start talking, and when you've finished, press it again to stop it. And when you've got about a minute left, I'll just give you a warning in case you overrun. Okay? To you.
So, Chair, councillors, I did have ladies and gents, but there's officers that are left, that's it. From the spark of an idea back in 2019 to the exciting moment we put a spade in the ground in late 2024, I've had the privilege of standing before previous councillors to share a vision that has never been attempted in Doncaster. Today I'm thrilled to say we're exceeding our own expectations, and this is just the beginning. Lake Wye is a luxurious wellness resort nestled right here in Doncaster. It's not just a destination, it's a refined escape where movement meets stillness. Lake Wye serves a sanctuary designed to restore balance and awaken the energy of like-minded individuals seeking a unique experience that sets us apart from anything else in Doncaster and its surrounding areas. With members already enjoying what the lake has to offer thus far, and many others trialling weekly, it's exceeding our initial projections. We continue to welcome new members while ensuring we maintain the exclusive, luxurious environment we envisioned. Lake Wye is more than just a project, it's a legacy. It represents our commitment to giving back to a town, what was a town that will evolve into a vibrant city. One that's provided for my family with opportunities for generations. It's here where I've cultivated my own base for achieving my aspirations through dedication, hard work and determination. Our approach to Lake Wye is innovative, our construction is creative and our vision is bold. A rural wellness resort that strives for nothing less than excellence. Our unique perspective on health and well-being within this breathtaking rural environment is unparalleled. As we all know, the world is moving at an exhilarating pace, one that today's systems struggle to keep up with. This is why it's took us 4 years to navigate the planning process and why this Section 73 has been under consideration for nearly a year. Today we're here to make a significant decision. We're requesting a change of use for the already approved facilities building, which will enable us to introduce a state-of-the-art gym. Although compact in nature, this facility is a vital component of the Lake Wye experience, completing the full circle of fitness, health and well-being we aim to provide. I look for and thank you for your support as we embark on this exciting new chapter. Thank you.
Thank you. Has any committee got any questions I'd like to ask? Bob?
Yeah, the new gym, just will it be a membership only? Will it be ad hoc, or can people book?
So the whole site is membership only.
Yeah.
So we have initially in our thinking right now is we have 2 tiers of membership. So currently have a membership which is a lower cost and gets people access to the site and then the ability to book the activities that we have currently, and then the gym will be a separate membership, yes. And it's about, just to be fair, it's about, you know, controlling the environment so people can enjoy it. You know, it's not out of people's reach in terms of the cost of the membership for access to the lake, but it's about just ensuring that we have the right like-minded people there that can relax and enjoy the setting.
Yeah, the only really asked I was just a slight concern, traffic issues, you know what I mean, with the extra facility there. Just one more for me, how many local jobs has it created? The old site, yeah.
Yeah, so currently we're full-time, we've got 5 employees, and this is just with the cafe and the outdoor activity that we have at the minute. So we have 5 full-time and we have probably about 5 part-time as well. Because of the hours that we're open, you know, we require that cover. The gym is obviously going to create more employment, and obviously as the site develops, and it's also, you know, we're buying off local producers the stuff that goes into the cafe, you know, things like that. So.
Anyone else got out? No? I've just got a quick one. It's not clear on this site plan, but has the number of car parking spaces increased due to this change, or is it still the same?
The number of car parking spaces hasn't increased on the actual plan. We have got ability for overspill car parking, but we're finding quite a lot of the local members are coming down on the bikes, so we're actually going to build more cycle parking than we've got in the original planning application. And like people that are coming down on these bikes, you know, they might have a £1,000 car, but they might have a 10 grand bike. they don't want to leave it in a car park. They want it near where they are, be it in the cafe or be it in the secure side of the site.
So has that been took into consideration already, or is that something else that you're going to be coming back for?
For the
Cycles?
For the cycles, no, it's just is additional cycle stands, you know what I mean? So we've already got allowance for a number of cycle stands, if you like, within the car park.
Nobody else got? Right, thank you. Is officers going to expand on?
No, thank you, Chair.
Anybody got out to ask of the officers? This is what happens when you're meeting till 7:15. Doesn't Free Press want to say out? Right then, I think you remember we go that fast, I can't even find where I'm up to. Right, is there a proposal to grant planning permission subject to the imposition of planning conditions? Go move it, Bob. Anybody second it? Dave? Right then, we'll have a vote. Please indicate by raising your hand whether you're for this site. Vote, raise hands. And against, we've got 0. Abstain 0. So we've granted planning permission for 25/01408/FULM based on the planning conditions. Thank you everybody for that. You take them out, Roy? Yep. Right, item 7, appeal decisions. The report is for information only. Does any member wish to speak on this item? Does Emma want to speak on it?
No, thank you, Chair.
Can I ask a committee member to move that the report be noted? Yeah, thank you. Members, ladies and gentlemen, that concludes the business of today's meeting. I'd like to thank everyone for their attendance and input and now declare the meeting closed.